game-changing rewards program, and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit vividseats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Good morning, St. Louis.
Now, where's Tim?
Yeah.
Where is Tim? That wasn't Tim's voice.
How can you be sure?
Okay. All right. Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead, Jackson.
Oh, please.
All right.
The floor is yours, Doug.
It's just kind of what we always do. Is
I
where's
default
Tim?
to you.
As soon as someone else says, good morning, we say, where's Tim?
Yeah.
Because that's what the Lemmings want to know.
Do you miss him already?
Well, I know all the texters will, and the listeners will as well.
We started missing him about 11:01 yesterday.
Lemming,
I wondered if you'd use the gong more if he's not here, or if he...
It's surprising. It's about equal.
Really?
Yeah.
we'll just see how the day plays out.
Well, there's a lot of yearning from some people who listen that Tim, they yearn for Tim. And so when Doug hears that come in, he hammers the gong. And then when he's present, they're obviously paying their respects. So you get a nice mix, you know?
Is it a lustful yearning or just a fundamental yearning?
I think almost all yearning has at least a hint of lust. Wouldn't you think?
It does.
I mean, why would you be yearning if not? Like when I see Doug in this little getup he's got on today.
Oh boy. This little getup.
Did you stand up and do a little twirl?
Yeah.
It's a blue shirt.
It's a great looking blue shirt.
Okay, thank you.
You're listening to The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen here on 101 ESPN. As you just heard, Tim is out today, planned vacation for him today and tomorrow. Martin also out for, he's on vacation this week. We'll all be back on Monday, but filling in today, Doug. First of all, stepping up is Chairman Kurt.
Well, hello, Kurt.
The Callier and Thompson phone lines.
Handsome Chairman Kurt.
But to my left, Doug, to your right, that's Michael Wellington right there.
I saw him sitting over there. Hello, Mike.
Gentlemen, good morning.
Back again. Great to have you, brother.
Thank you.
It's just you bring the energy. You bring a nice sunshine.
Well, you certainly don't want to be outside right now, so I'm trying to find ways to be indoors. Goodness gracious out there.
Do you enjoy doing this, or do you do it just to be nice to us and drag us through
Certainly
this
not to
4
be
hours?
nice. That's certainly not in the cards. I enjoy it. You know, if I'm in town and I can help the team, you know, certainly a team first.
Okay.
But, yeah, I mean, I'm not going to quit my regular gig right now, I don't think.
You're not?
I don't think so. It's not
Like,
bad.
how often do you work? You work how many weeks a year?
Last year, I think it was 25, 26.
That's all?
That's all,
Half the year?
I guess. Yeah.
And what do you do the other half?
Well, when I'm in St. Louis in July, I try to stay in the air conditioning.
You just on vacation the other half of the year?
I wouldn't say that.
What it sounds like.
It's just a lot of sometimes you have to drive. If I drive, you know, it takes a couple of extra days to get there or get back. So there's some extra travel involved, but not a huge vacation guy.
But it sounds like a pretty good gig if you can get
No
it.
complaints. It's very lucky gig.
How long can you do this?
That's a good question. I was thinking about that this morning.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe till I'm 50.
Who's like the oldest caddy on tour right now? Fluff. Yeah.
75-ish.
Yeah.
He's 75?
I think so.
That's really impressive.
And then Freddie Burns, who was Hal Sutton's famous caddy, who was there for Be the Right Club today.
Yeah, right.
He's probably 74, 75.
Yeah.
Both tremendous gentlemen.
Right. Yeah. How old's like Ted Scott?
Ted's probably just under 50 or right around 50, I got to think. He's doing decently.
I would say it's probably pretty good life.
Okay.
Are there any caddy rivalries out there? Any bad blood going around? That I mean, you don't have to name names, but
Not that I can think of. I'm sure, you know, over the years, there's a lot of these guys that have been out there for 2, 3, 4 decades that maybe they've had some skirmishes or some run-ins over the years, but not that I'm aware of. You know.
So they drop the head covers and they start throwing haymakers?
Well, one of the things that happens, Doug, is sometimes caddies will throw other caddies under the bus to get a job.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
So there's supposed to be a level of decency, but there's some guys that just ignore that because all they care about is the money and getting a player to pay them. So you got to be careful of that. That happens a little bit here and there.
Looper
I haven't
on
seen
looper
it
crime?
too much. Say again?
Looper on looper crime?
Yeah, something like that.
Some could say that the Stiefel dossier is our caddy here on TMA, and we love the Stiefel dossiers. We love Stiefel. And coming up today on the Stiefel dossier, a friend of yours, Mr. Wellington, Tony Vitello, the head coach of Tennessee Volunteers baseball. Liam Doyle just drafted in the first round for your St. Louis baseball Cardinals, so a lot to discuss there with the St. Louis native and head coach of the Volunteers. And then coming up at 9 o'clock, former Cardinal pitcher, now retired, just recently announced his retirement, Kyle Gibson will be on at 9 o'clock. I'm looking forward to getting his insight on the trade deadline, both from what it's like from a player's perspective and nowadays outside of the game, and kind of looking at it from a retired player's perspective. That's coming up at 9 o'clock. We'll have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up right around 10:45. You can get involved on the Air Comfort Service text line. That's 314-399-9646. You can call in on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Already people just not happy about we got Jackson is actually running point right now. That's from the president of special projects. Oh, no Tim, never mind then, see you guys on Monday. That's from the Afton altar boy. I hate this guy's voice, I'm sorry. That's from the plumber. Can you imagine?
Could be any of us are talking about
I just theater of the mind here. You wake up about 4:35 in the morning, come down here, you work, try to prepare a program, and the first text you see is, I hate this guy's voice.
But he could be talking about any of us.
Morning, everybody. Good Lord. Can caddies bet other caddies on their golfers? That's from the 636. Interesting question.
In fact, no. There was I'd call it a memo that came out at the end of last year that we had to fill out to continue the job this year in 2025, where you cannot talk about gambling. You cannot speak to people outside the golf world about players or certainly within. So, gambling is not allowed on our tours.
Yeah.
For sure, which is interesting. I think years ago they cut out. You can't play cards anymore in a PGA Tour clubhouse. I guess
Really?
something happened where
Not
players.
even like Old Maid or
No.
gin rummy?
I don't. No, certainly not gin.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely not. I guess there was some sort of issue in a clubhouse somewhere where the card playing became too much and they banished it.
Really? How about war? You ever play war where you just turn the card over? And...
How about in between? You ever play in between?
Oh, yeah,
Doug?
sure. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
a great
all
game.
out now.
Apparently so. I mean, we literally had to take, I would call it a test, like a 20-question test, and fill out, different answers to these questions, and a lot of them were geared towards, you cannot gamble, or you should not gamble, or you should not talk about gambling,
Or play cards.
Correct.
So what do you do in a rain delay or something? You just sit around and stare at each other?
Eat.
Just eat.
Yeah, you got to find the Uncrustables that are on property.
Oh, now that's a treat.
I know.
Oh,
that's one of the things it's pretty much omnipresent almost every week.
Yeah. Doug, you ever have an Uncrustable?
I don't even know what one is.
Come on, Doug.
I don't.
Yes, you do.
It's a product that Smucker's puts out. You know Smucker's.
Yeah.
It's peanut butter and jelly.
It's in a circle.
But it's in a circle. It's like
No crust.
There's no crust. And so it's just like this little soft pocket.
It's delicious.
Never heard of it.
Of a PB&J.
Come on.
It's pretty, no, I never have.
They're really
Seriously?
popular in Major League Baseball, all across all sports,
A peanut butter and jelly sandwich with the crust cut off.
essentially. But it's like pre-packaged.
In a circle.
It's like
cut
a little
into
hockey
circle.
puck.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, and they were, I think, originally meant for children, but now pro athletes making millions of dollars are really into them.
I see.
And how could they not be? They're delicious.
Well, and we'll find them a lot of times on the first or the 10th tee or in caddy dining. Great to have on the spot or to throw in the bag or to throw a couple in your pockets for later in the day, Doug.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
I'm going to bring some in tomorrow, Doug. I want you to review the Uncrustable.
Okay.
They are delicious.
Do they have any with peanut butter and mayonnaise?
I don't believe so.
Goodness, why would you do that?
No, that's good.
Peanut butter and mayonnaise?
Oh, yeah.
He got me to try it a couple years ago. It's not terrible.
it's good.
I don't do mayonnaise, fellas. I don't do mayonnaise. I don't do ranch dressing. I don't do whipped cream. I don't do cottage
right.
cheese. None of that. How could you mix? Peanut butter's wonderful. How could you mix it
It's
with
an
mayonnaise?
old-time Southern treat.
Oh,
No, it's really good.
Southern, what, like south of the Mason-Dixon line?
I don't know exactly how far south, but it's
Oh, that sounds
haven't
terrible.
grown up all the time. No, it's good.
Would you try that if I brought that
No,
in?
I do
couldn't
not
get you
eat
to do it.
mayonnaise.
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
This is a hard
Never.
stance. No mayonnaise.
I mean, anybody who understands, I don't really have too many eating
Hang-ups.
staples,
Right.
but that's one of them. No mayonnaise, and it's all, like I said, no ranch, nothing white and creamy.
Yeah, I was about
and
to say white
mayonnaise.
condiments.
It's terrible.
Bagel with cream cheese.
Oh,
no,
it's
no
disgusting.
go. What? No
What if you're
go.
making What if you're
Gross.
making tuna fish? You don't put a little mayonnaise in there?
Not a huge tuna fan. I mean, tuna by itself, but yeah, the mayonnaise is a bit sketchy to me.
Huh.
I know a lot of people like it, but I don't know. I think I had a problem when I was young. I had too much mayonnaise on a sandwich, and it got
It destroyed you.
slathered in the wrong places.
Should have been some peanut butter in there with it. You wouldn't feel this
I mean,
way.
I love peanut butter, but I can't imagine mixing it with
Oh, it's nice.
mayonnaise. That's just
From the
unreasonable.
636. I spent almost my entire life in the South, and I've never, ever heard of that atrocity.
There it
Oh,
is.
well, look it up. Google it. You'll see that that's the case.
I'm appalled.
No, it's good. It's good.
I mean, to each their own. This is America. You can do what
Okay.
you wish.
Some people like things, and some people don't like other
Exactly. I
things.
think I have that T-shirt somewhere.
That's a great shirt. Someone texting in, I swear I've heard this guy's voice on YouTube hypnosis videos to stop huffing air duster. It's from the 314. That's hard. Does that seem harsh?
It does.
It seems harsh. Here goes Tuna Fish Vaughn again, always in the pocket of big tuna. It's from the unknown DJ.
Yeah.
I don't eat that much tuna, but when you do, when you pull it out of a can, you got to put a little mayonnaise.
Do you
in it.
put mayonnaise on like just about everything?
No.
Like not on fries or anything.
Oh no, I don't really eat fries.
It's like something happens in Amsterdam.
Yeah, they do that in Europe. Agreed, mayonnaise is gross. I always substitute avocado for mayonnaise. That doesn't seem like a one-for-one trade.
Much healthier, probably.
Totally healthier.
That
but
seems like trading Tommy Edman for Erick Fedde and Tommy Pham.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, coming up in our next segment, we'll be discussing what's going on with the Cardinals.
do we
Doug.
have to?
I know. I was delaying the inevitable on this kind of opening segment here. It's just not going to be a fun conversation. Erick Fedde gets DFA'd yesterday, and then the Cardinals go out and lay the egg of all eggs. Coming up, I mean, the Rockies beat the Cardinals 6-0 and recorded their first shutout win since May 15th, 2024. That's the first Rockies shutout win in 220 games, an MLB record in the modern era. So, things aren't going well, I would say. Ali Marmol had some pretty candid comments following the game yesterday. We'll get into that coming up in our next segment. You are listening to The Morning After on 101 ESPN. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen.
The Cubbies are going tra-la, tra-la. Look down on the mares, tra-la, tra-la. The Cardinals are coming, tra-la, tra-la. The Cubbies are saying the flag's in the bag. The Cardinals are winning, it's too soon to brag. But when it's all over and October's here, Alberta's will win it, 'cause this is our year. Look out because we're swinging our clubs. You wear your best, don't make any bets. We're drinking a beer, 'cause this is the year. The Cardinals are coming. Tra-la-la-la-la-la.
Oh, jazz flute.
Yeah. The Cardinals are coming, Doug. Oh, are they coming?
Well, they're coming back home to get healthy against the Padres.
Yep. Nothing to see here, I say.
It felt like for much of the first half of the year, we kept hearing about how this team just doesn't give up. They just keep coming after you.
Smoke and mirrors.
Never
Doug.
out of a ball game. Yeah, I don't know that they can say that anymore.
Be tough.
Because they sure look like that they have cashed it in.
I'd like to read something. You gentlemen have probably already heard this maybe many times, but I'm going to read it because I came across it yesterday. Bill DeWitt Jr., after firing Mike Matheny before the 2018 All-Star break. In some places, a winning record or even a 500 record is acceptable. Not with this city, not with this franchise, not with its history, and not with the fans. Well,
so what do we do now? They are one game over 500.
Not for long.
So they're safe for till tonight at about 10:30?
Yeah, they're almost as close to dead last with the Pirates as they are to first place with the Brewers. Hello, wild card. Daddy, likey. They're 10 games ahead of the Pirates, 9.5 behind the Brewers.
All right. Right where we won them.
Mm-hmm.
First place by mid-July. That was the calling card, but not the case. 6-0 yesterday, Doug, to a Colorado Rockies team that, who's playing better? They're just a lowly 50 games below 500.
Is that all?
Yeah.
Just 50?
Well, and then
You're
some people
numbers.
Some people would say that they're 25 games below 500 because if they won 25. I don't subscribe to that theory because that doesn't make much sense to me. But Cardinals lose yesterday, and I'll let Ollie Marmol speak kind of for
All right, what do you have to say?
us. Some of them are candid comments.
Okay.
We've heard from Marmol after a loss. Here's Ollie Marmol following the loss to the Rockies yesterday.
Down early, how much does that sap the will out of the team?
Yeah, it's part of it. We've done it a decent amount after the break. It does take it out of you. You have to be able to separate it. That's part of just being mentally tough. You've got to separate what's going on that side of the ball and still take productive at-bats and keep your approach. But I felt like today we veered from that. They were able to string together, 5 straight singles, which is tough to do, but they did it, and it led to 4 runs, which, to your point earlier, it does take a little bit out of you. In my opinion, that's the worst game we played. That's the bottom line.
There's a base hit right there.
Worst game we've played, bottom line.
And the thing is, you fall behind the Rockies. They won so few games. You get to the back end of their bullpen, these guys haven't pitched much. They're fresh. Ready to go. Their closer's fresh.
Yeah.
Fresh as a daisy.
To not score a run in that ballpark is very alarming.
Against that team, given where you are in the standings, given where things are in the season, that's the most deflating loss of the year, without question.
And there have been a few. There were 3 straight shutout losses in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you expect against Tanner Gordon?
No, you can't. You just hope to keep it close.
Katie Wu tweeting out yesterday with their season hinging on their play this week. The Cardinals are shut out by the Rockies 6-0 to lose the series and fall to 1 game over 500. It's the first shutout for Colorado in 220 games. I want to say that again. 220 games. Okay. That's a modern era record. It's all but sealed the Cardinals trade deadline fate, which I think is the natural progression in this discussion is now everything on the table in terms of the deadline. Selling everything, selling anything you can.
Fire sale?
As Joe Buck said, anything that's not nailed down.
Well, the problem is there are some significant pieces that are nailed down.
Right.
Contreras, Arenado, Gray,
yeah.
Michaelis. Those guys are nailed down.
Yeah.
And they don't want to go anywhere, apparently.
Right. And
maybe they've changed their mind when they see where the club's headed now.
Right. So you lose 13 of 18. You're 1-5 on this road trip. And now if you're someone... it seems like to me Sonny Gray is pretty... It's a hard stance for him that, he's going to be sticking around. But maybe, Contreras is such a competitor. And, I think it makes sense to me why he's like really popular in St. Louis, coming off the heels of Yair Molina. But being such a competitor, wouldn't you want to be, especially given where he is in his career, on a team more competitive?
Yeah, you would think. You would think. I just don't know how much value any of these guys have on the market.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that any of them are playing so well that a contending team is going to say, if we can just have this guy on the Cardinals, that might put us over the top.
You know, I'm such a masochist. I would love to see somebody pick up Erick Fedde and him just be lights out down the stretch.
I don't think anybody's picking him up, to be honest. What about Donovan? Can we deal Donovan?
I think you could.
Probably could.
I think you could. You lose out on a lot of, he's can play the outfield, can play the infield. He's such an effective bat. And if you're thinking you're going to be competitive maybe in 2 years, a guy like him is someone you definitely want on your team.
Yeah, but we need help now. I mean, you got Westerholt coming.
Yeah, J.J. Weatherholt.
Weatherholt, excuse me.
No, you're good. He had 2 bombs in 3 innings yesterday, Doug. That's 3 homers in 2 games. He is tearing the cover off the ball. I saved this. His stats as of yesterday since coming up to AAA with 31 plate appearances. He's hitting .407, and that's a 1.521 OPS with 4 home runs and 8 extra base hits, 31 plate appearances in Memphis.
Bring him up.
No, he's got to stay there.
Why?
He's got to stay.
Just like with Greavy, he needs to learn his lesson.
He's got to marinate. You got to marinate.
Just bring him up. Bring up Liam Doyle as well. Throw him out there.
Straight from the
Why
draft.
not?
And Weatherholt was not a high school kid. They drafted him
22.
so he's 23 or 4 already.
I think he's 22.
Is that all he is?
Yeah. I mean, to even more to your point.
Yeah.
But he's, like someone like him, you want up immediately. Just to like, what's the motivation for people to go to the ballpark? It's hotter than hell. The team looks just dreadful. They scored 0 runs in Denver, Colorado, and they're coming back home to play the Padres. Like, what's the draw? Welcome back, Mike Schilt.
Beautiful weather.
Yeah.
Nice to get out and about tonight.
Yeah. Sit there and turn into a raisin.
I think there's a Flow Rida concert Friday night.
There you go. I'll get some people going.
They could be dealing with some really, really sparse crowds this weekend. 100 degrees.
When you factor everything in,
team going nowhere.
Yeah.
Could be really rough.
Yeah. You got a 4-gamer against the Padres coming up tonight, 6:45, tomorrow, 6:15. Only day game is Sunday, so you avoid a Saturday day game where that might be 800 degrees on the field.
Yeah.
What are the odds of the Cardinals getting swept in this 4-game set? I wonder. I'm sure Vegas
About
has
90%.
Yeah, minus 220.
I mean, the momentum is really going the wrong way right now.
Would you assign more likelihood to the Cardinals getting swept by the Padres this weekend or winning 3 games?
Oh,
swept.
Get the broom out. Yeah. It's not even close. I mean, look what happened in Colorado. I mean, the momentum is as low as it's been. It's sad a little bit that you're playing the worst team in baseball, or one of the worst teams, if not the worst team.
It might be one of the worst teams in
the history
modern
of
baseball.
And you can't muster up enough to score a run and try to put up a fight in the final game. I mean, and Schilt is going to have these guys absolutely ready to turn out the Cardinals' lights, because if they do sweep them, it's really over.
Yeah, I mean, the nail can't get much more in the coffin, but if a sweep by the Padres would certainly do so.
And San Diego has a lot to play for. They're very much
exactly
in the wild card hunt.
And I know
studs.
I know these guys want to win, but there's something too as a player, when you feel the wheels coming off, they can come off in a hurry. So I wouldn't be surprised with a sweep one bit.
Yeah, I wouldn't either, except, and I said this many times, just when you think like you've got it figured out, just when you know exactly what's going to happen, oftentimes it flips and goes completely the other way.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Right.
Yeah.
No, I'm with Doug. Like, as soon as you think, like, all right, season's over, done, trade everybody, then they'll like win 8 of 10. And it's like, well, here now, it's just like, it's such a weird game. It's an incredibly long season. But I would say that this last
stretch,
the last 20-game stretch looks more like the Cardinals that we thought we were going to see around spring training than what we saw in the first 2 months of the season, And
they went through that terrific May where they were one of the better teams in baseball with basically the same team they've got now. It's just hard to figure out sometimes.
Glass half full, Doug.
Text on the Air Comfort Service text line. You can also comment on the YouTube chat. That's the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. That's youtube.com/TMASTL, where guys like Dr. Xander Malenthroper are in there saying, I'm going Saturday night. Yay. With a couple of dots.
Okay, good for him.
Bill Reloaded putting the broom emoji. Kitty Bates says, motivation to go to the ballpark is to find a nice Jeffco 4 with bedazzled jeans and a Busch Light belly. They could have done this a month ago for $3 million. That's rounding in baseball salaries. It's from too fat to kayak. The fact the entire organization has been transparently thin on starters for 5 years is 100% on Mo and his hand-picked squad of bootlickers. That's from John Cusick. This is a safe space. Get it all out now. We will be your safe space. Your Cardinal frustrations, whether they're short-term or long-term, get them out right here, either on the Air Comfort Service text line at 314-399-9646, the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL, or call in the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Stick a fork in the Cardinals. They're done. That's from the Pensacola Porpoise.
Yeah, well, it does appear that that's the case.
This text line is fantastic.
Yeah, it's
Cuckleberry Finn says, talk more tinsel, less Cardinals.
Tinsel was my little poodle when I was young.
Oh, that's right. I was wondering what that was. I was like, am I missing a reference or something?
I remembered what it was.
Yeah.
She got knocked up.
This is a 4-game series, you said, right?
Yes, sir.
Does Cardinal attendance in this 4-game series match the 2 games that the Bananas, the attendance they drew?
No.
So, I mean, that would probably be capacity is what, 44?
20 a night.
I don't think so.
88.
I don't think so either.
Well, they'll announce
might-
20
yeah,
because
tickets.
season tickets is about that.
Yeah.
But no. Actually, through the gates, no chance.
won't be close through the gates.
Isn't that terrible?
They may not reach what the Bananas got in one night. People actually there. You'd need 10,000 or more. Yeah.
What about Kurt's Padres hat as they're about to, as the Cardinals are facing what feels like elimination?
I have been waiting for this series so I could wear this hat, and it lined up perfectly. I was telling Wellington before the show, I'm ready to commit to just buying every MLB New Era cap and just ready to cycle them in with every series the Cardinals play.
Really? You're that down on the Red Bird?
Absolutely. Could not care less. I was sitting at home with nothing to do yesterday in the afternoon, and the thought of putting that game on TV did not even cross my mind.
Really?
Can you boys help me with this? I don't give a crap about the Cardinals. They suck. What are Welly's thoughts on Bryson telling the open official that he can move out of the way? That's from Mr. Licks. What happened with Bryson? I didn't even see this.
It was an official pointed to where his ball was.
Okay.
It was like on the mound in that thick rough.
Okay.
And like as soon as he pointed to the ball, Bryson looks down, sees it, and he goes, okay, you can get out of the way.
Was he gruff about it, or was he?
It didn't seem like the nicest of exchanges, but I don't know. It's kind of out of context, and I don't know all the details about it. It was like a quick social media. Mr. Licks, I wouldn't say is a, he has his opinions on live.
Well, it sounds like it might be that's a volunteer situation, a spotter. That's not necessarily
an
rules
official.
person.
No, I
but
don't think it was.
Sometimes
from the Royal and Ancient.
Yeah, it's Bryson's. He's an interesting cat. I think he used to be more like that, I think, and then he's improved his image. And
I think he's still like that.
Maybe it kind of lurked.
But he's got a better PR team.
He seems like a good guy to me when I see him.
He has
smiling, happy, and
what he's done on YouTube has certainly changed the tide of how people view him. That's for sure.
I say, Welly, you gotta wake up pretty early in the morning, sneak one past me.
Is that what you said?
What's he doing that bugs you?
I have on the Stiefel dossier, I have a segment where I wanted to talk a little bit about Scottie Scheffler with our guy, Michael Wellington here, who's involved in the PGA, and I wanted to ask some questions to him about Scottie Scheffler and his dominance. I think in that segment, we can explore Bryson DeChambeau and his kind of face turn over the last couple of years and discuss that. So we can get more into that, but these Redbirds is just got us all down, It's just got us down.
Well, if Licks doesn't want to talk about the Cardinals, then we better not, right?
He is he's the one. How long until Ollie is gone? Bloom is going to want his own guy in next year. That's from Brett Hull's Mullet.
I think that's probably the case. Wouldn't you, if you're Hein Bloom, want to wipe the slate clean and start over?
I would totally understand it. I tend to think, and I know Tim's talked about this before, about like you can put really any manager in there. If you put a bad team on the field, it's going to go poorly. I'm like, to me, managers, we played the audio yesterday from Campbell X. Like, he's like, I hope Michael McGreevy stays up. Like, he's saying he hopes. Like, all of us are saying he hopes that Michael McGreevy stays up. So, like, yeah, I agree just from like a PR standpoint and like you said, wiping the slate clean. What it will actually do for the product on the field remains to be seen.
And a culture standpoint, you have to clean house.
Yeah,
I believe.
Well, no manager wins with a lousy roster. But if you go 3 years without making the playoffs, those managers don't hang around very long either. Even if you lose, if it's not your fault, if you lose, you still lose your job.
Not in this town, Doug. We expect greatness.
We do. We don't always get it.
We've been spoiled. Mm-hmm. No, we don't always get it. It's a shame.
You talked yesterday about whether the Cardinals could get a short-term brand bump from firing Marmol. They'd get a bigger bump from DFAing Mozeliak. Bloom is over 75% through his internship or apprenticeship or whatever kind of ship he's in. He could become the face of the front office right now. Sending Mo home is almost the only thing that would get my attention now. It's from 3.
Well, they're not going to do that.
No.
They absolutely will not do that.
No. But let me bend your ear, Doug.
I'm right here.
Let me bend your ear. What if Chaim Bloom's taking over? Wouldn't it make sense? And again, correct me if I'm wrong or if I'm just being silly. Like that he be in charge of this trade deadline because he's the one who's going to have to deal with the repercussions if things go sideways.
Well, he maybe he is. How would we know here?
But
he might be.
But you played the audio from Katie Wu yesterday on Fair Territory talking about Ryan Helsley and how it's like, if you can't move Helsley at the deadline, he's like, that's not Mozeliak's problem. Like, wouldn't be Mozeliak's problem. That's for Chaim Bloom to decide what to do in the offseason. It seems like to me that Mozeliak is in charge of this trade deadline.
You would like to think that they're working together.
Yeah.
That they're not two completely independent trains of thought.
But who knows?
Yeah, you wouldn't know unless you're in the room there.
Right.
But you would think they're putting their heads together and trying to figure it out.
Right.
I'd give him more credit than just, I'm not going to be here, so I don't care what happens next year. I don't think he's that kind of guy, Mozeliak.
I think that is what common sense would dictate, but who knows? Maybe until it's over, Mozeliak's going to take care of all the moves. I mean, that's not so. It's a shame that's not something that they broadcast or let out because it'd be interesting to find that out.
You would think that 3 or 4 of them sit in a room and bounce ideas off each other. What do you think we ought to do? And at this point, I'm sure Mozeliak's got the final say, but you would think that Chaim Bloom has got a big influence in there.
Agreed.
That's how I would assume that it's being played out at the moment.
Why does everyone think Bloom will be able to change things with this ownership? It's from Starfish Street. I don't think that anyone thinks that. Like, I don't think many people know everything about Chaim Bloom or what he's done. I think people just want something new, something fresh, something different.
Agreed.
I think that...
Have to.
And at a certain point, it's like anybody, and Chaim Bloom does have a track record of success, especially with minor league development. He also has, a lot of people would point, right when he got hired, the Mookie Betts trade. I think we've learned a little bit more about the context around that. But I think people just want something new, something fresh.
Doug, you've seen the Cardinals longer than any of us. No shot intended. Is today the darkest time you've seen, or early 90s? Well, is there a time frame that sticks out to you?
There were times in the early 90s when they weren't drawn well at all. The stadium had no real hope to contend. This feels worse just because we've had a couple decades of terrific success, and now we're back to the doldrums. It feels worse because we kind of got spoiled there, expecting a contender every single year. And we got it for a long time, and now we haven't had it for a while. And so I think it hurts more in that sense.
It really stings to me when we play the Cubs now. It's just, it hurts to watch them win.
Especially because they got someone like Pete Crow Armstrong, who's a young superstar who young fans and older fans alike can get behind and, root for years to come.
Mm-hmm. But, these teams are all looking at the Cardinals the same way for years.
Yeah, absolutely.
How can the Cardinals keep coming up with these players?
Right.
How come they keep beating their brains in?
Right.
And they did that for a long, long time.
Yeah.
And now the worm's turned.
Right. And it's cyclical, like in all professional or even college sports.
Good
for
usage.
the most. Thank you. Yeah.
Cyclical.
Yeah, it's all cyclical.
How about the worm has turned? Did you like that?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. And the Cardinals have been on the positive side of the cycle for considerable amount of time.
No doubt.
But that doesn't matter. But that's not going to put asses in the seats, on tonight or tomorrow night or Saturday or Sunday. What have you done for me lately? And I think that the change of leadership in the front office next year, I'm curious to see what that yields, you know? And I don't even know if there's going to be much player personnel movement. I actually would doubt that there would be a big shift in player personnel going into next year.
Do you think the DeWitts will sell eventually?
Eventually,
well,
like
so of course, eventually, but sooner rather than later, or later rather than sooner.
I really don't have a feel on that. I'm not classically trained.
I don't think it's a DeWitt problem at all.
I didn't say it was a problem. I was just curious if they would sell.
But I know a lot of the fans, the last guy said, under this ownership group, it's not a DeWitt problem. The DeWitts were at the helm when this team had fantastic success for many, many years. The DeWitts have allowed the Cardinals and the Zaylock to spend money. They just haven't spent it wisely in the last several years.
I wonder if they are tired of the losing to the point where they would sell the team.
I don't know. It's the family business. If it was you and you already had $1 billion and you got to run a professional sports franchise, what are you going to do that's going to be more fun than that?
If you can sell it
HD2.
for, good point. If you sell it for whatever it's worth now, what is it worth? $3 billion, you think, the Cardinals-ish?
Could be. Yeah.
In that neighborhood.
Yeah, I think you could find something to do.
Oh, I'm sure you could. But they can probably do those things now and own the team at the same time.
True.
You ever gone fly fishing? Seems kind of fun.
I'm not going fly fishing.
Maybe against waiters.
But who's to say they don't? They've got 6 months of the year to do that now. Well, I'm sure it's more
summer months are prime.
It's more than a 6 months job to be owner of a franchise. But I'm saying they can do whatever the hell they want to do in terms of vacationing right now.
Yeah. But fly fishing, that's a summer activity.
I'm not going fly fishing.
This is the outfit you have to wear. It seems like it'd be
I don't want a hat with a lure on it.
standing there in the water.
Does that seem like something I would enjoy?
No, it seems in the you're anti-camping, right? You don't want to camp.
Yeah.
That seems like a camping activity.
Yeah.
I wouldn't go camping this weekend or right now. Certainly, it is hot, fellas. It is hot in the St. Louis area, and Tim, while he's not here, he's on vacation, is going to tell us about Design Air Heating and Cooling.
Man, the temperatures are rough in the St. Louis metropolitan area. If your air conditioning goes out, certainly you will be concerned. But the first thing you need to do is go to designairservice.com. The moment you go to designairservice.com, you are talking with somebody at Design Air Heating and Cooling, and then you are on the priority list to go out there and fix the air conditioning ASAP. Design Air has been around now with 4 generations owning and operating it, and Seth Goldcamp has been the longest running advertiser on TMA going back a decade. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling, online at designairservice.com. I'm a client. Doug Vaughn is a client. Martin Kilcoyne's a client, and you can become a client as well. Design Air Heating and Cooling, sponsor of our email of the day. Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. With these brutally hot temperatures, you run into any issues with your air conditioning, go to designairservice.com.
Coming up on the Stiefel Dossier, we got Tony Vitello coming up at 8 o'clock on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Kyle Gibson, former Cardinal pitcher, now just recently retired, coming up at 9 o'clock. And then the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today at 10:45. That's your Stiefel Dossier for this Thursday, July the 24th, 2025. You're listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. This is Jackson with the Sports Center update. It's driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Cardinals lose yesterday to the Colorado Rockies 6-0. That is the first Rockies shutout win in 220 games, an MLB record in the modern era. The Cardinals will take on the Padres this evening back here in St. Louis. That's going to be a 6:45 p.m. first pitch. Sonny Gray on the mound for the Cardinals going up against Yu Darvish for the Padres. That was their Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me? Boom. Marky Mark. Erick Fedde, Doug.
How are we going to remember the era of Fedde? I see a lot of people complaining online. We gave up Tommy Edman for this. And then you see the stats. Edman hadn't done that much with the Dodgers. He had a huge playoff last year where he was NLCS MVP. Then he got off to a great start this year, hit a bunch of home runs. He's done next to nothing since.
Yeah.
His numbers aren't really very good. I'd still rather have him.
For sure.
But it's not like we gave away a perennial all-star.
He was injured at the time when they traded him. And in your mind, you were thinking, this is a guy you could get some pieces for. And you have a guy like Brendan Donovan who can do similar things. And the availability is probably a touch better. Certainly at that moment it was. I'm not defending it, but I'm saying that people are changing their tune. People are pretty excited by the move, or at least they thought it was a decent move.
He's hitting 227 this year for the Dodgers.
Yeah. So
he did hit a bunch of home runs early. He's got 11 home runs.
Yeah, and like you said, really clutched in the playoffs last year.
On base percentage 279. That's not good.
Was he the MVP of the NLCS? Or the
NLCS, yeah.
Yeah, he had a huge postseason.
That's decent.
Yeah, not gonna lie and say it's not decent, but it's as Doug said, yeah, it's. And at the time, I can tell you, people were not like, oh, this is what a terrible move this is awful. It was not the case. It wasn't the case. Now it looks bad, considering you've DFA'd both players you traded for. And Erick Fedde got DFA'd with gusto. When people were...
With exclamation points.
People were lighting off fireworks by the fact they got DFA'd yesterday. That news came right after our program ended yesterday. But yeah, Erick Fedde... has been DFA'd. I read from Derek Gould's article in the Post-Dispatch. They immediately clear a spot in the 40-player roster and opening a rotation. The Cardinals will continue to explore the market for a team interested in trading for Fedde, or they'll pass him through waivers. A team can choose to pick up the right-hander and the remainder of his $7.5 million salary off waivers, or attempt to jump ahead of other teams with a trade. If Fedde clears waivers, he'll be able to sign for a prorated major league minimum. The Cardinals will be on the hook for the remainder of his salary if that is the case.
I'm guessing 32. He does indeed clear waivers.
I would think. I don't think, yeah.
I still don't understand why you wouldn't use him as a one-inning relief guy. A mop-up pitcher. You're going to have games where you're losing 6-0 or winning 6-0, and you don't want to burn out your bullpen. I guess they see no future in it, so what's the point?
I would hope that in their mind they're like, well, what if we could use a young arm for that? Michael's been claiming once William Doyle,
Yeah,
put Liam Doyle in that spot. I don't know if they'll do that. We can talk to Tony Vitello about that.
Sure, we will.
Coming up here at 8 o'clock, he'll be joining us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Pestus was on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. I was about to go to him, and then he disappears.
Oh, no.
What?
This was his prime opportunity. I hope he's listening right now, Pestus. You got about 3 minutes to call back in before I forget again.
I really wanted to be on with Pestus.
Call on in, Pestus.
I haven't.
Yeah. We need his number so we can call him directly.
He calls often enough. That won't be necessary. Okay. I'd like to hear from Licks at some point today. Now's not a great time, but last time you were in Wellington, Licks called in and you kind of eviscerated him a little bit. And I don't know if we've heard from him since.
It wasn't on purpose.
No, he made that bed.
Yeah, he just wanted to talk about eateries in Aspen, Colorado, which I'm happy to talk about. But now, Timmy said something the other day that I didn't follow up on. Was Licks kind of singled out in the carpool line at a local Catholic school?
There's some allegations that he's very present in the drop-off line. I forget the school, but yeah.
Pillar? Is it Pillar?
Okay.
I'm not sure which one it was.
I think that's what it was.
Was he showing off different bumper stickers? Is this a story that I heard?
I can't speak to that.
Okay.
We may need him to call in.
Maybe I'm just making that up. I don't know.
We can explore that.
Jackson, do you remember that at all? I kind of recall him being singled out for a certain bumper sticker.
It's hard to remember. We talk so much grade school parking lot that it's hard to remember exactly what his issue was.
The carpool line is exciting.
I worked that for 7 years at an elementary school doing the morning carpool as a teacher. And
Really?
it can be Thunderdome out there.
Really?
Oh, chaos.
Especially with where I worked and maybe the mindset of some of the people looping through. But I actually championed the cause to have speakers put in, and I turned it into I DJ'd it in the morning. We had music going, so it wasn't all bad, but it can be interesting out there in the mornings.
Did parents ever yell at you?
Not me. I was super efficient.
Well, so who were they yelling at?
Their own children, other parents.
Okay.
Kids don't ride the bus much anymore?
No, in the school I worked at, I think the residential community was so close that there might have been some like regulations that if you live within a certain radius, you can't get picked up by a bus.
Or just the bus routes wouldn't go past you, you know, certain, and they were like, there's just like, like what he's saying, if it's a residential enough area, it's like not really much of a need for a school bus in some cases, you know, and that's only in a certain number of schools.
Do you think Mr. Licks is married with children? Is that why he was at the carpool line?
I don't want to do any white doxing.
No,
but
I'm anti-dox.
I don't know. In the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, I like this text. ThrillFan22 says, "Who the hell are these people?" It's ThrillFan22 in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. JC Penny chat support's in there. He's ranked number 3. Dr. Xander Malenthrop, ranked number 1. I'm wondering if these YouTube rankings, I think they do it for top fans or top commenters in the chat.
That's correct. You get 25 XPs for every comment that
but does it restart every day?
It does.
So it's not like a running count. No. There's not going to be like a season long.
No, we crown a champion daily.
Okay. Because I was going to say, I would give like the Cy Young, the YouTube chat Cy Young, to JC Penny chat support. I really like that name. I also like the TMA remote lamp, and I hope they're up in there. Talking it over. You can get involved by chiming in on the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. That's youtube.com/TMASTL. Mr. Lick sends a picture of him going fly fishing in Yellowstone. So, you know.
Solo?
No, it's with Mrs. Licks, as he texts in a couple of weeks ago. How do I get a text line nickname? That's a good question from the 636. On August 1st, in that first week of August, I'll be changing text names left, right, and center. So you just text in with your request for your name change or a new name, if you don't have one, to the Air Comfort Service text line 314-399-9646, and I'll change your name for you. That's what I do. It's my gift to the listener, Michael.
Did someone already claim, what was your slutty dog's name, Doug?
Tinsel.
Tinsel. Did somebody claim something tinsel related already? I think that had to have happened quickly yesterday.
But you can't claim.
Oh, that's right.
It's like it's deer hunting season. You know, you can't just pre-hunt.
She wasn't.
Can you? I don't know.
She went through a phase.
We all do. We all have a hoe phase.
You ever gone hunting, Michael?
Once.
Enjoyed it?
Not in particular.
Was it deer or duck?
Neither. It was pheasant.
Pheasant. Okay.
It was down in between San Antonio and Austin. It was about 6 or 7 years ago. Yeah. And, it wasn't really for me.
Yeah.
Not really a big gun guy.
Yeah, neither am I.
I was going to say, Jackson, you strike me as the type that might be like me. I've never fired a gun of any sort.
I have not. Paintball. I've gone paintballing.
That's close.
Gets on your exposed skin. That'll leave a welt.
Skeet shooting? Have you done that? Skeet
shooting? No.
That's kind of fun.
I do like watching that in the Winter Olympics. Don't let me forget Olympics, by the way. I have a question for you. I've heard something a couple weeks ago about a story you told once that I've never heard, and I want to hear it on the air. So
is that clearing the deck?
When we clear the deck, maybe in between Tony Vitello and Kyle Gibson, both of which are coming up on the Callier and Thompson phone line on today's Stiefel dossier. Yes, people are already trying to call the name. Sorry, just can't do it.
I can't go hunting because I can't kill the animal.
Have you hunted before?
No.
Have you ever shot a gun?
I've shot a shotgun, just skeet shooting, that kind of thing.
Okay.
Just out in the woods aiming at nothing.
Yeah.
But to shoot a duck or a deer, I couldn't do it.
Can't just...
I could shoot a rat or a snake or something like that. But a duck or a bird, I couldn't do it.
It has to be a sinister animal for you to
it's
kill
not
it?
coming after me. Me or him type of thing.
Yeah. Like put in like a predatory situation.
Yeah.
You'll take that. You're very anti-snake.
Oh, completely anti-snake. Yeah, I'd easily shoot a snake. But any other animal, I couldn't do it.
Really?
Rabbit or something? No way. I couldn't pull the trigger.
This is nice. Back-to-back text. Shocking. Jack and Kurt haven't shot a gun. That's from the 618. And then from the 314, here comes the text from Jeffco saying you guys aren't men for not shooting guns.
Right.
LOL.
We should shoot more things.
Right. Literally back-to-back text. Now, 618 is East Side, not necessarily Jeffco, but it still seems kismet.
You guys want to go shoot some guns later today? Is that what you're getting at?
Yeah.
Just hang around.
I'd go to the range sometime. I'd like to be comfortable with one in my hand,
just in case.
Yeah. I mean, it's probably a good skill to have, but
in case some of those parents in the carpool line come back.
No, Senor is dead. I won't be in the carpool lane again.
Former Spanish teacher, this Chairman Kurt.
Oh, you taught Spanish?
Yeah, 13 years.
And speaks. Someone sent an email for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today in Spanish, and Chairman Kurt knocked it out of the park.
I would hope so.
With the accent and all.
If you taught it.
Well, it's been some time,
Yeah, but
is it like riding a bike, I assume?
Yeah,
there was some chatter of me replacing Polo Asensio on the Cardinal Spanish language broadcast, but the way this team's playing, I want nothing to do with it.
Could you go to Mexico and blend right in with the people down there?
I do often.
You do?
Yeah. They're always shocked when they see a guy with my complexion that can fully speak with them and understand.
You're fluent.
Yeah.
When did you start learning Spanish? At what age?
8th grade is when I first started, but then I took it all the way through college.
Real passionate about your Spanish.
Well, I fell in love with a foreign exchange teacher.
And there it is.
Okay.
At Webster University.
The Gorlocks.
Because the original plan was to become a PE teacher and coach. When I transferred to Webster, there was no PE program, so I had to pick a different route. And I took a Spanish class, and there was a teacher that was from Argentina, and I had it bad, and that wasn't good.
Oh, did you?
And then she went back to Argentina, and next thing I know, that's my career. So,
did you ever consummate?
No, she never had anything to do with me.
Really?
Yeah.
I find that difficult to believe.
I was going to Spanish club meetings
just to see her.
Yeah. I was a sucker. What are they? A simp? I was a simp. I can admit that.
Was she older?
Couple of years.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Did you make a play at all?
She was dating somebody at the time.
Was he Spanish?
Rusty. No, Rusty was just a white guy.
Rusty?
Rusty sounds like a white guy.
Someone's actually name was Rusty?
Yeah. Rusty, if you're listening, I loved your girlfriend.
But not like a nickname, but his like, what's up, I'm Rusty.
I never got to know him enough. I didn't care to.
I like the name.
Maybe she was turned on by guys who spoke English, and you took the exact wrong approach.
Well, I'm bilingual. I could speak whatever she wanted me to speak.
Yeah, you are bilingual.
Supposedly the time to teach a kid a foreign language is like 2 or 3 years old.
Right. Well, like
your
how we
brain
learn
is
English.
Just a sponge, and you just spit it out immediately.
Right. And it comes second nature when people around you are speaking it.
Yeah.
All right, coming up, Tony Vitello coming up in the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. On the other side of the break, we'll have the Tennessee baseball coach. Looking forward to this conversation, Michael. You texted me the other day when you agreed to come in graciously, and you said we can bring Tony Vitello on following the draft where multiple volunteers, pitching staff were drafted by the Cardinals, including Liam Doyle. So I think this will be a fun convo.
Yeah, Tony V's a great man. It'll be interesting to get his perspective on both of the Vols that were taken in this draft class by the St. Louis Cardinals, which certainly need the help right now. And he's I think he's going to actually be scouting right now at a game, so we'll catch him in his element.
Ooh, maybe some natural sounds.
For sure.
Maybe some of that base hit, Doug. Ash Daggett. Mm-hmm. A little bit of that going on. Probably metal bats. He'll be scouting some with metal bats
for sure.
That's my like long term take on college baseball. Is it'd be more popular if they used wood bats?
You think so?
Some about
less
metal
bombs though.
Less bombs, but some about a metal bat doesn't sound like. It sounds amateur, and that sounds a little crass, but I'm not trying to be.
I think you can ask him about the bats.
I think I know the reason is the cost. Wood bats are super expensive, and if they break a ton, it's going to go poorly for college baseball programs. But I don't know.
There's a lot of NIL money now.
Yeah,
pay for those bats.
Maybe we can get some wood bats.
Soon after aluminum bats came out, the balls would travel like 10 or 15% farther than they did with wood bats.
Yeah.
But they toned that down a little bit.
Yeah, I know. They used to pop, right? They used to, it'd be dangerous to be kind of in the infield.
You can see 150-pound middle infielders hitting 400-foot opposite field home runs with these bats.
120 off the bat.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, God. Heads up. Yes, Tony Vitello coming up on the other side of the commercial break that closes at our 7 o'clock hour here on the Morning After, and that's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Aesthetic design and build, customizing St. Louisans outdoor living spaces now for more than 30 years. Dan and his team have a showroom in Chesterfield Valley for aesthetic design and build, and I've been there. They walked me through all the different types of custom work that they are capable of doing, and I want to emphasize that custom work. Whether you want to do a full-on custom deck, you might want to add on a pergola, or you might be looking to shade your covered patio with retractable screens. They really do have answers for it all. They're online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. They do not take a high-pressure sales route or come back weeks later with a gimmicky discount. They encourage you to go out and do your research. They're confident that once you compare the work that they do with what else is out there, you will see that they are the better choice. They really are a design company that can think outside the box and offer unique solutions and designs for your outdoor living projects. Call them at 636-532-5008 or visit them online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com and let them know I sent you their way.
Welcome back. You're listening to The Morning After on 101 ESPN. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen. We are in our Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. And we have a guest on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, hence the music. Mike, you told me that our guest is a big Pearl Jam guy.
He's been known to follow Mr. Vedder.
Yeah.
A bit.
Sure.
Yes.
Sure. Our guest is, of course, Tennessee baseball coach and St. Louis native Tony Vitello. Tony, good morning, Coach.
Good morning. Thank you for that audio coffee right there. Good memories to Pearl Jam in St. Louis for me back in the day, trying to avoid trouble in high school.
Oh, you ran into some issues, did you?
What's that?
Did you run into some issues?
Maybe some obstacles. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
A bit of an obstacle course.
And what high school was it?
I went to DeSmet, where my father was a teacher and a coach as well.
Well, if you can't get into Kirkwood, that's a decent fallback position, I guess.
It is. Many friends and also sports legends out of Kirkwood. A good place.
Mm-hmm.
Coach V, thanks for coming on with us. A lot of talk in St. Louis right now about the Cardinals' first-round draft pick, Liam Doyle, a gentleman that you're all too familiar with. And I wanted to try to give listeners an understanding of this guy's heart and his savvy. Can you tell us a little bit about the regional when you guys took on Wake Forest, and the winner of that series was to get a berth into the Super Regional? Doyle, he pitches for you guys on a Friday. He comes back on 2 days rest. In the third game, he threw, I think close to 100 pitches. You can help me with that, but tell everybody, all the Cardinal fans out there, what kind of kid they're getting, and how many draft prospects would actually come into a meaningful game with, on short rest and help contribute their team, or help contribute to the team winning and getting that berth into the Super Regional.
Yeah, so I don't forget the biggest thing or shortest answer is zero. It just doesn't go on these days where a kid is willing to put the team first ahead of his career, which is fine. We all need some level of selfishness, or just to have the resiliency physically and mentally to say, I can go do that, or I want to go do that. So zero is a harsh answer, but it literally could be zero if you're talking about all the guys who are potential first, second rounders in this year's past draft, or even the one coming up. But yeah, he pitched on a Friday, and in a regional, it's 4 teams, double elimination. The winner will advance to the Supers, which means you're one step away from Omaha. He throws 105 pitches on a Friday. And on Sunday, we play Wake Forest for the regional championship, but they've got to beat us twice. And I'm not too fired up about I'm no saint, as we talked about at the top of the hour, but I do want to look after the kid's arm. And so he made himself available on Sunday after only a day's rest and was ready to rock and roll. But we didn't want to use him. We had that room for air. So come Monday, he's stewing like crazy at the end of the dugout, and you never know if you can hit a 3-run homer or something. You might have a safe enough lead that you don't risk it. But eventually Liam came up to me and said, hey, I'm going down to the bullpen. And I said, okay. He was dying to go down there anyway, so he sent himself. Normally I tell the guys to go down there. And then he kind of looked back at me and said, and make sure you use me. And then he went down there, and finally he was starting to get hairy. So to complete the story, at least on the preparation of him throwing, I finally called Coach Reynolds. I said, okay, he can start playing catch. Well, we had a righty breaking ball guy warming up, and as soon as Liam got the word he could start playing catch, he told our guy, okay, you can sit down now. We're not going to need you. And certainly was the case. Liam was the one who finished the game for us.
I see that when he was a sophomore and freshman, he was throwing like 91 to 94, and now he's up around 100. What did he do to improve his velocity that much?
He bowed up to our conditioning coach. In September, really late August, early September, school starts. He's back from the summer, and he took the summer off to select where he was going to go in the portal. And so not only was he not in good shape his first couple of years, but he was in worse shape after a summer of just kind of hanging out. And he couldn't get through our stuff. I was kind of worried about it, to be honest with you, because we knew he had a good arm. We didn't know he'd be our Friday guy. And instead of backing down or quitting or having days where our strength coach was frustrated with him, they got really close. I mean, he challenged him, and Liam, again, kind of bowed up is the best way I can think to say it. And so while the first month or so was an adjustment period and he couldn't really get through the workouts, he didn't back down. And then eventually, like I said, those two were thick as thieves. And there was a moment where Quinn Eberhard, our strength coach, worked for the Cardinals, and he's very close with a lot of the Cardinals, admin and some of the coaches. So I don't think it's a coincidence that it worked out with that organization, because these teams put in a ton of homework. I know it doesn't always work out the way they want with a first rounder, or even a second or third, but they put a ton of homework into this deal if they're going to spend this type of player on money on a player. And I feel good about this one working out because of Liam's work ethic. He got himself in shape, and our pitching coach is really good at getting guys to throw strikes, and the velo seems to jump up like it has for the Ben Joyce kid who's throwing the hardest pitch in the history of baseball, was at our place. So there's no magic dust, though. I think we've got the best pitching coach in the country, but in Liam's case, our strength coach was a huge X factor.
Tony Vitello, head coach of Tennessee baseball, our guest right now on the Callier and Thompson phone lines here on the Morning After 101 ESPN. Coach, I'm reading an article here from Jim Callis. He's a senior writer for MLB.com, and he says Liam Doyle's fastball is unhittable, and with the fire he has, you can see him filling a role for the Cardinals, and they have an older rotation, so I could see him being in that rotation next year. Does Liam strike you as a guy who can adjust quickly and is prepared for professional baseball?
Yeah, I think he's ready now. So there's only been 3 kids go straight from, college baseball to professional baseball. Brandon Finnegan was one. He was a lefty with the Royals. Yeah. Garrett Crochet. I humbly signed those 2 guys. So I've been around those 2 guys. And to me, Liam is just as good talent-wise, but he's even more secure in himself, or however you want to say the opposite of insecurity. He is more comfortable in his skin than even those 2 guys. And he's very willing to learn as well. So I think he's ready right now. It's just disappointing, since the All-Star break, the Cardinals probably needed to come out, doing it a little bit better to be in the hunt for a postseason bid. And I think if that would have been the case, they could have used him out of the bullpen. But maybe it's better Liam gets his feet under him, gets to know the organization, and I do feel like he could fill a role next year.
Coach, a lot of talk about the SEC, being the dominant conference in college football, but it looks like it is in college baseball too. The conference has won the last 6 College World Series. What are some of the more intimidating venues to go into for a weekend series?
I went to University of Missouri. Even that one's got a unique flavor because everybody's on top of you. It's a smaller but quaint park, and if somebody says something, you can hear it. It can be colder, obviously. Wind went up on that hill. So all the teams have talent. And even though I mentioned the one that, I went there, but it is the smallest. So even that one kind of has a flavor that sticks out to you, or kind of a brand name that sticks out to you when you're getting your team ready to go there. But some of the most, difficult to play are Mississippi State, Arkansas, LSU. Those are places where you're going to play in front of 11, 12,000 people. Mississippi was like that, and this year Liam Doyle's best start probably was against Mississippi, the school he went to, and all the talk all week long was, this guy left our place, and we're going to be all over him, and of course their hitters know him as well as anybody, and Liam was 2 outs away from throwing a complete game despite having a bunch of strikeouts, so the pitch count was climbing. It was an incredible effort, and another instance of him showing just his heart and his mental fortitude.
Coach V, if anybody knows your history and they know what your dad has done here in St. Louis, a National Soccer Hall of Fame member. He's a member of every Sports Hall of Fame in the city of St. Louis and the state of Missouri. My question is, what did you learn in watching him build both the soccer program and the baseball program at DeSmet? And not just on the teams that you were on, but, you had the advantage to be on the bench for, all these teams that he he had when you were growing up to the point where you were actually a student at De Smet. What is it that you've taken from him and helped build the culture in Knoxville?
Yeah, I think, Coach Saban is the one who gets all the credit for really putting, to paper the process over results. But that's been going on for a long time, just different versions of it. And one thing that I saw was my dad was so strong in his values that he butted heads with a lot of kids who were immature like me. But once those guys graduated from De Smet and moved on and saw, really what he was trying to hit home was certainly skills to better themselves as a player, but more importantly was the values he was trying to instill and just a way to go about your business. And so that process is something that I've tried to steal as well. A credit to the players. Some of them would make Snyder, I was on the bench, and if they weren't playing, maybe, they took it out on me. But for the most part, I hung around guys like Bill Miller, who played in the big leagues for a long time, sat on the bench, went to the practices. So I think I kind of got an education on what team chemistry is or how players view things. So I learned just as much from that perspective. And then probably the number one thing that just is a part of being in our household is, hating to lose. And the competitiveness is the piece that I really enjoy with athletics. It just so happened to be baseball as a sport that I get to get in. But I would coach anything if it was the opportunity to compete.
And you coach Liam Doyle obviously quite well. The Cardinals signed him for $7.25 million, basically a lifetime of security at age 21. Does that make it easier to motivate some of the kids?
Yeah, that helps. That makes me laugh. Liam with that amount of money. He's a big old goofball. On Twitter, he's acting like a maniac on the mound, and he's probably going to need to tame that down a little bit in the big leagues. But you love a kid with almost too much passion off the field. He's just kind of a lovable kid. They'll love him in that locker room and clubhouse, and hopefully he takes to the community well too. But yeah, it's a motivating factor. These kids, if you're in the SEC and you don't dream about playing in the big leagues, the SEC is probably going to swallow you up. And if you can perform in our league, you can perform at about any minor league level.
Yeah, Coach V, you bring up those tidbits about Doyle, and he did something, or he kind of made you do something I've never seen you do before in that that birth into the Super Regional, that last game against Wake. He struck a guy out, I believe it was in the bottom of the 8th, and by the time he got to the first baseline as he's skipping off the field, I noticed you were out of the dugout. Now, what were you going to do with him? Were you just making sure he didn't cause too much of a stir? What was going on there?
Yeah, I was making sure he didn't do anything crazy, because that was the instance where their third base coach called the timeout. And, he kind of lost his mind. And I'll tell you what, he's kind of evolving right before our eyes, because early in the year that had happened, and he ended up walking the hitter. He lost his mind and then lost his control. In the case of Wake Forest, later on in the season, 2 months later, he loses his mind, but when he gets on the rubber, gets on the mound, he's back to dialed in, and he actually used it as motivation to get the hitter out. And there's other instances. My answers have already been too long, but I just really think the kid is evolving and learning how to use all his strengths as strengths and not beat himself. Last year he was out of shape, didn't throw enough strikes. He removed that from the equation. This year he tipped his pitches a few times, or he'd lose his mind, like I said, and therefore lose control. He's starting to eliminate ways that he beats himself, and therefore even big league hitters, if you just have to beat him one-on-one, it's going to be very, very difficult, especially as the off-speed stuff starts to develop, because as Jim Callis mentioned, the fastball is really, really good. He used almost only the fastball to eliminate Wake Forest on that final Monday game. And I just didn't want him to do anything that pissed off Wake Forest too much either, because their lineup was incredibly talented. But he chewed through those guys, their last 7 outs of the season, in 31 pitches. Which is incredible for a strikeout guy.
You also had Tanner Franklin on your team, who was an early round pick, signed already with the Cardinals. What can you tell us about him? How far away might he be?
Yeah, I'm glad you bring him up, because I think it's a mystery how far away he is, because he's so early in his development. Small town kid from Tennessee, went off to Kennesaw State, never really had a major role. Really this year, a lot of times our pitching coach and I, Frank, were saying this is the first time this kid's ever been in a situation like this. He also didn't throw strikes, so when Frank first got him, Frank Anderson, our pitching coach, his son Brett Anderson was in the big leagues for a long time, kind of stripped everything down and got it to the basics. Let's calm down your delivery and throw strikes. And in doing that, his velocity actually picked up, and it's about as easy of a 100-mile-an-hour arm as you'll see. I mean, he usually sits about 97, but touched 100 several times this year, maybe even up to 101. But the off-speed stuff is really early in development. He, too, really cleaned up his body. The last time I saw him, he looked even better than he did at the end of the season. So this is a deal where it's more of a project as opposed to Liam, being ready to rock and roll right now. But I do think both guys still have a lot of room between where they are now and their ceiling. For Tanner, it's a big gap. Again, he's early in the stages of development. We used him as a reliever, but the Cardinals are going to give him a chance to start, which I think is really what he needs in order to fully kind of tap into that potential that everybody sees. And he could be the steal of the draft. It's what a lot of people feel. So no pressure, Tanner.
Coach V joining us, head coach of Tennessee baseball, Coach Tony Vitello, kind enough to hop on with us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Coach, thanks so much for coming on with us, and have a great rest of your day and great rest of your off season ahead of the next season for college baseball.
My pleasure. Y'all take down some emos for me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thanks, Coach.
Thanks, Coach. That's Coach Tony Vitello, head coach, Tennessee Volunteers. I saw some people texting in, can I put aside my hate for Tennessee for Coach V? I dislike the Tennessee basketball team and the football team. Everything else. And Michael, you're just a Tennessee baseball fan.
Well, of course. I mean, I totally get it. But if you know Tony, I mean, the guy is just a solid dude. I mean, really take solid. The success from baseball away, and he's still just a solid dude. And he's obviously his dad, what he built at DeSmet. His father is DeSmet. Yeah. I mean, he was there for at least 4, maybe 5 decades. Literally built the baseball field. Had I don't know how many guys go play college soccer and college baseball. A handful of state championships in soccer. I think 1 or 2 in baseball. When people ask me if I know Tony when I'm traveling and stuff, and I'm like, yeah, they're like, are you surprised by this? I'm like, no, not at all, because I watched his dad do this at the high school level. He's just doing the exact same thing at the college level, and it's fun to see because he's right about his dad. I mean, he was a guy that, he wasn't, he was just trying to teach. He was trying to teach you how to handle yourself and handle your business. And sometimes, you may not like the way he told you how things were. He was very, I think, cut out of like a Bob Knight kind of mold. But I mean, Tony's right. When I got older, I understood kind of what he was trying to get across, and he just makes you a better person. And, they're a great family and great people.
You know what I like most about Coach Vitello? Unbelievable beard.
Yeah.
Beard.
Yeah.
And in 2 straight texts, Wedding Tackle says, that guy seemed hot.
Oh,
and then Eric in the Central West End says, Tony Vitello is without question the hottest coach in sports.
Oh, gosh.
I think, I don't know about the gentlemen that are out there calling for him, but certainly the ladies are lining up for him, I can tell you that.
Are they really?
Oh, yeah.
Great text here, Mike, speaking to what you just said about his father. Uncle Moose Knuckle says, Tony, I want to say thank you for putting DeSmet on the map again and for bringing the culture from D-Block on the national stage. I played for your dad's last team he ever coached back in 2014. I think you came to a handful of games and spoke to us on the diamond after a game. It's one of my favorite claims to fame to play for Greg Vitello's last sports team ever. It's from Uncle Moose Knuckle. What a nice text.
And if you're a baseball guy, being a college coach in the SEC has to just be an unbelievable gig to have.
It seems really fun.
Absolutely.
Football is it's big business. It's huge. It's not even on the same scale.
Every move you make is studied.
But, if you prefer to kind of not hide in the shadows, but be a little bit more low-key, and you're a baseball guy, an SEC coaching job has got to just be top-notch.
And he's got it going there at Tennessee. They had 8 players picked in the first 3 rounds, and 5 of those were pitchers. So he must know pitching.
Yeah.
That's a lot of players to have chosen in the first 3 rounds.
He wasn't lying when he said he has the best pitching coach in the country. His name's Frank Anderson, and he's known for developing guys. Frank Anderson coached under Augie Garrido at Texas and is an older guy, but, man, his experience and his talent to get the best out of pitchers is truly second to none in the whole country.
Did you ever do any pitching?
No, I couldn't really throw it, Doug.
Oh, well, that's a problem for pitchers.
Yeah, I could play, I think I played some catcher and some third base, but
did you?
Yeah, I could not. Once the ball started moving in like 7th or 8th grade, I had to switch to golf because I needed a ball that wasn't moving.
Yeah, a little more static.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I respect that. Coming up on just some programming note, Kyle Gibson will be joining us, former Cardinal pitcher, just recently retired, will join us now at 9:15 a.m., so just a brief delay there, but we'll have him at 9:15 a.m. and we'll also have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today at 10:45. You can send your emails in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. That's the morning after at Inside STL, where you can try to chase down Paul Harvey Milk Mustache with just a short amount of email days left. He has 4 wins. Dalton Shooter McGavin have 2 wins, while Joey V. Lemming, Salty Bald Dad, Buckswelp, Alan Daville, Phil from the 618, and Biscuits with McGravy each have a win apiece. That's all coming up on the Stiefel Dossier today on TMA. We are in the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hours, and this is the morning after.
Still the morning after.
I don't know what happened there. We just keep rolling.
Human error.
Yeah,
it's okay. It
all right.
happens to everybody.
I'm like a short order cook. I got 3 different. I got a burger over here.
I need an omelet.
I know. I got an omelet over here. I got 3 orders of hash browns on the griddle over here. So I'm just trying my best. This is the morning after, and it's presented to you, Doug, by Brown and Crouppen here on 101 ESPN. We're rolling here on TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN.
From this seat, I have an obligation to ask, is there a theme today?
Bangers.
Bangers.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's never a bad time for some CCR up in your life.
Amen.
You're a big CCR fan,
Sure,
Mike?
absolutely. Great band.
Tough not to be.
They still around? Still alive?
I think Fogarty's still alive, isn't he? I thought he was.
That's crowdsourcing.
It's
Sorry.
aggressive crowdsourcing.
Yeah, it really was.
You had your hands in your pockets when you asked the question.
I did. Sorry. I thought maybe you were such a big fan you would know.
John Fogerty's still alive, 80 years old.
80? Wow.
Yeah, they were big in the, 70s, I guess.
Text on in, Air Comfort Service text line, if you have any takes on artists living or otherwise.
Still being alive.
314-399-9646. You can call in the Callier and Thompson phone lines, where we just had Tony Vitello. And, Mike, you got your wish. Pestus from Festus is on.
Oh,
yes.
Nice.
Callier and Thompson phone lines. What's up, Pestus?
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Oh, we're fine. How are you?
I'm doing fine.
Okay.
Tim better be thankful he's off today.
Why's that?
Monday.
Huh?
I was on hold.
Yeah.
He announced that I was on hold and then said, well, I'm not sure I'm going to let him on today.
Oh, no.
We had so much to get to
yes,
on Monday.
he did. Huh?
We had so much to get to on Monday, though.
Okay. I'll let him go for a little while.
It didn't hurt your feelings, I hope.
No.
All right.
I just sat here and said, that's all right. I'll get even with him somehow.
Okay.
But here you are now with us, Pestus. Let's relish in this moment.
Now, let's talk some baseball.
All right.
Let's. Floor is yours.
All right. Palante last night. I don't know what's going to happen with him. He needs to be the next one that we DFA, trade, or somehow just get rid of him.
Oh. Andre Palante at the ripe age of 25?
Yes.
Or 20, I guess now he's 26. So you want Andre Palante gone?
Yeah.
Do you?
After last night's game?
Okay, well.
Who do you want to keep? Let's make it easier.
Look at his last 3 games.
Yeah, he's been through a rough patch. The whole team has, really. But the last couple of years, he's been okay. You got to have somebody taking the ball.
Okay, well, let's keep him around there.
All right. We'll talk
McGreedy's
into that.
going to be okay.
Seem dug in on your stance.
Yeah, McGreedy's going to be okay.
Looks like it, yeah.
But wouldn't you rather, Pestus, that these younger guys get a chance?
Weather hold up here.
Sure.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Mason Wynn is tearing the ball up left and right. Walker is finally starting to hit the way he's supposed to be hitting.
Yeah, he looks better here the last few days.
Yes. Now, here's my big question. How many catchers do we have on the Cardinals?
Not enough.
Not enough. That's damn right, Chairman.
I think 4.
Not nearly enough.
We got 4. Dump 3 of them, keep the best one around, and get a catcher that knows how to be a defensive catcher that can block balls and stuff.
Yeah. That's kind of Pages' thing.
Pages is certainly their defensive catcher.
He's like he's out on a date. He's passing up on everything.
Oh.
Pestus, how you feeling about that prediction you made of the over on the 90 wins?
The 90 to 95?
Yeah.
I'll bite my tongue and I'll say I made a stupid guess.
There you go.
Fair.
Yeah, I did. But in the beginning, it looked like they were going to do it.
Yeah. Yeah, and they can still get hot, Pestus.
Died. Huh?
They can still get hot.
Oh, yeah, they can get hot. But for them, getting hot is only warm.
What kind of trade would you like to see them make here at the trade deadline?
This is my thing. I would like to see Sonny Gray gone and get a good number 1 pitcher if we could.
Yeah.
You think we can get a number 1 pitcher for him?
I think we can get somebody that maybe be a little better than he is. What's he got left? Maybe 2 years in baseball or what?
I'll probably
like
take
that.
the over on that.
He maybe extended it a little this year.
He's
with his
35
efforts.
now. He'll be 36 in November. Might have a couple more years.
So, yeah, a couple more years.
Mm-hmm.
Nolan Arenado. I know somebody that would love him.
Who?
The Yankees.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they might have their eyes for Eugenio Suarez, but you never know.
I saw a report this morning that they traded for him, and then I looked everywhere. I can't see anything about it. I
don't believe so.
Made up fake news.
And Gonzalez, just leave him right there first base and don't do a thing with him.
Contreras.
Who?
I mean Contreras. I'm sorry. That's the second time I've called in and mispronounced his name.
Well, that's all right. We'll do it.
I think it's great because the three players you mentioned have no trade clauses in their contracts.
They do. But I think a couple of them may be willing if they find the right team to go to.
Yeah, they might.
Is that the same instinct that told you 90 wins?
Oh, gosh.
Hey, listen, you know what? I get held accountable left and right. So you know what? It's time to, no more Mr. Nice Guy. Here comes old Jackie B dishing it out. What's up, Pestus?
I'm okay.
My man. That's because you're resilient. You're resilient. Unlike these baseball Cardinals. You're resilient.
I'm resilient. I'll tell you right now. I'll apologize. I made a mistake. I'll admit it.
There's no mistake. You made a guess and it was a wrong guess. That's how guesses work. Some are right, some are wrong. Yes, Doug.
Guesses.
Pestus, you going to continue to watch or listen to the games?
I'm not going to miss a game, no matter what.
Real fan.
I like the loyalty.
All right.
Anything else for us, Pestus?
Cardinals, what was that?
Anything else for us?
No, I know you're trying to get me off the line, so I'll let you go. You gentlemen have a good day and everything, and take it easy, stay out of the sun, and find that TMA women for the show.
Oh, the Real Housewives of TMA.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And before you have to ask,
women together.
The Morning After at InsideSTL.com.
Yeah, send it on an email. Design their heating
That
cool
is exactly what it is.
Okay.
Bingo. Thank you,
all right,
Pestus.
good hearing from you.
All right. Thank you very much for putting me on. I'll get Tim next week.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I like the way he says "get."
That's a ring of the gong, isn't it?
That was kind of well, no, because
No, it's anti-line.
He's disappointed.
Yeah. Reverse gong.
Oh, the text line is rather active.
From the 618, is he gargling rocks? I can't do this. Nothing worse than listening to Asinine B-Fib trade request. A #1 starter for Sonny Gray. Oh, God. Head wound Harry needs to jump into a wood chipper. It's from the Table Rock Lake Monster. Ever seen Fargo? Bleach this geezer. That's from the Warren County Wizard. Is this elder abuse? Huh? From the 314.
Calling him Gonzalez isn't exactly mispronouncing. That's Brad and Boca.
Yeah, he's done that before, I think. Pestus is very folksy. Just give him Caller of the Year already. It's from Little Beer Cats.
Yesterday was a day game, you blind bat. That's from White Marcus.
No.
I'd like to see Pestus as the catcher with no equipment on. Let him feel the pain the rest of us feel when he's on the call. It's from Peter Gazinia.
Oh. You know, there was a time way back when where catchers didn't wear masks.
Really?
Can you believe that?
It's
way back. Yeah.
Like when goalies wouldn't wear masks in hockey?
Kind of, yeah.
Can you imagine that?
Oh, my God. Just eating a puck like that?
Yes. I remember when Nelson Emerson ate a puck. Do you remember that?
There have been a few that have eaten them.
Oh,
but he
wasn't a goalie.
Wasn't the stick equipment a little different back then, where it wasn't getting up?
Yeah, they didn't take the huge slap shots and everything.
Right. There was mostly around.
They still got hit.
Well, yeah. No matter what.
Would you rather get hit in the face with a puck or a baseball?
Baseball.
I don't know. That's a tough
I'll put a poll up on it.
So are we talking so it's like a Aroldis Chapman fastball to the grill, or a one-time slapper from the ladies' tees right in your jibs? I think I might take the baseball.
I think it's got to be the baseball.
Did you ever see the picture of Terry Sawchuk, the old goalie who played for years without a mask?
Yeah, I think you showed me this picture.
Yeah,
no teeth.
It looks like Frankenstein.
Yeah, he's got like giant scars up and down his face. Yeah, it's really rough.
You would think before they would have had the idea, hey, how about we wear a mask? It took Jacques Plante to do it, and he used to only wear it in practice. And he got hit in a game once, and I guess he broke his nose, and he was like the only goalie on the roster apparently. They said, all right, we got a game again tonight. He said, I'm not playing unless I can wear a mask.
Could have used Daddy Padre.
It could have. So they let him wear a mask in the game, and he did ever since. And that started it.
I don't think I would do too well with either a baseball or hockey puck to the
old-time hockey. That's what that is, old-time hockey.
I think you'd be better off with the hockey puck because a baseball, as heavy as it is, could kill you.
Sure. I think
I guess a hockey puck could as well.
Hard.
It's probably less likely to kill you than a baseball.
Yeah.
Less likely to shatter your face.
It depends on where it's hitting you at what angle.
Yeah.
Where like baseball, if it's coming to your side of your head with a helmet on, I guess in this scenario, your
if it hits your helmet, you got a chance. But in the face,
Matheny wore one in the face. Yeah,
yeah. There have been several baseball players that have taken him in the face, and a lot of hockey players as well. We should ask them.
Walter lost a couple chiclets, didn't he? Did you see him at the wedding over the weekend, getting propped up in the air by a bunch of players?
How many did it take to pick him up?
There was a good handful or two of them there, but he looked like he was just having the time of his life.
Oh, yeah, Matthew got married over the weekend, right? Yeah, congratulations to him and his lovely wife. And congratulations to Walter. Probably had an outstanding time. Yeah, we love it talking over with Walter. That's going to do it for this segment. Coming on the other side, Doug, the Giants and the Mets are playing, and I have a very special Francesa clip that I cannot wait to play for you guys.
Love him.
Okay.
Despite the game not taking place in New York, where this clip might make a little more sense, it's just an excuse to play this clip because it's really fun.
Jackson, you aren't old enough to remember when Mike Francesa was on the panel at the Final Four for a few years, like early 90s. You remember this, Doug? It was before, I don't know if he was doing sports talk radio, but when you watch him do that, you think, well, this guy's all right. He's pretty sharp. And then obviously you follow him since, and you're like, wow.
I know, but he's like he was revered. I mean, they
love him.
Call him the Pope. Like he is revered in New York sports. I think some of it a little tongue in cheek, but he's just like the legend.
But I think they do love him.
Oh, absolutely. My uncle would listen to him. They live in Jersey. Unironically, like loved Francesa. Wouldn't miss. If he was driving in the afternoon, it was Francesa.
A lot of towns have that guy. He's been around forever. Everybody feels like they kind of know him, and maybe they've seen him around town a few times. And
and then New York,
no matter how old he gets, they still hang with him.
Yeah, and then New York, you become kind of a celebrity based off that. All right, that's going to do it for this segment. Coming back on the other side of the break. This is the Morning After 101 ESPN.
Martin Kilcoyne for our friends at Together Credit Union, TCU.org. We talk a lot about different mortgages that are available to you, different types of loans. But we also want to talk about our community contributor loans for the folks who are making a difference in our community, first responders and our teachers. If you're a community contributor, they've carved out a mortgage program just for you. You can stop by any of the 14 branches around town or go online, check out the rates. Getting a mortgage for the first home, second home, whatever process it is, it gets a little bit stressful, but you can count on Together Credit Union to get it all done here in town, in-house, everything, all that paperwork, everything that needs to get done. The process can get complicated. Together Credit Union keeps it simple. So many different loans and different types of loans available, but also for our friends that are making a difference, the community contributor loan, something available at Together Credit Union. Go online, togethercu.org, member NCUA, for our friends at Together Credit Union.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Cardinals play this evening, taking on the Padres following their loss to the Rockies in the series loss in Denver. 6:45 p.m. first pitch tonight for the Cardinals. Sonny Gray on the mound for the Redbirds. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Bring it to the loo. Up in the land. Been misbehaved. Hey.
Welcome back. TMA. It's brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. Here on 101 ESPN. Fisher Window and Door Store. Coming up on the Stiefel dossier, we'll have Kyle Gibson, former Cardinal pitcher, just recently retired. Probably have some good insight on the trade deadline coming up, what it's like from a player's perspective, what it's like now that he's outside the game. That's coming up at 9:15 on the Stiefel dossier. We'll have the Design Their Heating and Cooling email today around 10:45. Get involved. Air Comfort Service text line. That's 314-399-9646. You can hop in the YouTube chat, which is brought to us by Michelob Ultra. That's youtube.com/TMASTL. And join us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines as well, like Pestus did, 314-974-0101. All right, I teased talking this Francesa clip. So the Giants are taking on the Mets. Now they're taking them on in San Francisco, but I think it's always a good time for a Francesa clip. And
okay, have you got one right there?
This is one of my favorites.
Okay.
Caller.
Just recently you said this?
This is a classic Francesa clip.
Oh, I see.
It's somewhere inside of 10 years, but I think it's pertinent to right now. Here's Mike Francesa.
Dan in Warwick. What's up, Dan?
Hey, Mike. I just got a question about the Giants. In your years of experience, have you ever seen, how the San Francisco Giants were once the New York Giants? Has there ever been either a franchise to franchise or maybe even player to player get together when San Francisco comes to New York? Like, do they ever say hi? Maybe, I don't know, go out to dinner or something?
I don't know what are you talking about?
Is there ever any interaction when the San Francisco Giants come to New York or vice versa?
The San Francisco Giants come to New York and do what?
Have a game,
they play against the Mets, and what do you want to happen now?
Do the New York Giants ever reach out to them, either the players or the franchises?
The football Giants?
Yeah, the football Giants.
Well, what is the connection between the San Francisco Giants and the football Giants?
Well, they used to be in New York, and they got the same name.
But they have nothing to do with each other, though. There's no connection. They have different ownership. There's no connection between the two teams. I mean, there's no connection in any way between the two teams. They have no relationship. Do you think because they're Giants, they're like brothers or something? That might be the weirdest question I got in a long time. I mean, that might, and I think that's an honest question. That might be the strangest question I got in a really long time.
I don't know if I've ever heard a Francesa clip where he's so befuddled. By
you can almost understand why he would
questioning. Well, I figured he would understand it's a gag right away, but he followed it like they're brothers or something.
I thought at first he was talking about old members of the New York Giants meeting with the current members of the San Francisco Giants. At first, I thought that's what they were talking about.
Right. The New York baseball Giants, old members of the New York
There's
baseball.
probably no one still alive.
I was going to say, when did they move to San
Late 50s?
50 to 60s? Around the same time as
58, I think.
Brooklyn, probably?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's probably not anyone left.
I can't imagine. Although, well, that's a Brooklyn Dodger. Koufax is still with us, though, right?
You think Francesa's married?
I think so.
Yeah.
He's got kids for sure. I think he's married. He still does. He does a podcast, which we'll play clips from.
Everybody does a podcast. You do a podcast.
Movie Boy, episode 2, coming to you Saturday morning at 10 a.m.
What will you be talking about?
Eddington.
Yeah. Chairman nailed it. The movie Eddington. I do a deep dive with my buddy Gareth.
Who's in that?
Pedro Pascal, Joaquin Phoenix, Emma Stone. Austin Butler. It's directed by Ari Aster.
Do you find Emma Stone attractive?
Yeah. And I think she's outstanding. I believe multi-time Oscar winner. So that's coming on Saturday. But yeah, everyone has a podcast. But Francesa still does one, I think, from like his basement. He'll just pop up live. He did this, speaking of movies, he did a Superman film review that we played, I think, 7 clips from over the course of a week, and it's all amazing.
Okay.
You got a super girl cousin who shows up in a cape.
Yeah. It's a brief sampling. But yeah, he still pops up and gives takes and like just sits there and talks for a couple hours at a time on YouTube. Pretty impressive. He's 71 years old, Doug. Still bringing heat.
Still going strong.
You think he'd come on this program?
No. Probably not. I don't know.
If he has to talk for 5 hours a day himself, you think he wants to go on the
he
show?
doesn't seem like the type of guy that minds talking very much. He might not, We could have him call in, talk about Arizona Cardinals and the St. Louis Cardinals.
I'm just guessing that he'd probably say, why would I do that? No thanks.
It's got to be a connection, some sort of hook.
And especially if he realizes that we make fun of him a lot.
Maybe you do.
Well, it's part of the business. If you're going to get into it, you got to have thick skin.
Here's some more of his review of Superman.
This is just awful. I mean, I actually think the people who wrote this must have been on some kind of hallucinogen before they decided that this was a rap and this was what they were going to go with. The creative consultants and the writers in this thing must have all been absolutely rocked before they made this thing. That's how bad it was. I can't tell you.
Well, it's right up there with Grown Ups 2.
Boy, it really must have been terrible.
Oh, it's awful. It's terrible.
Jackson has to get Francesa on Movie Boy. That's from the Never Ending Wipe.
Oh, there's an idea.
I would love that.
Is Never Ending Wipe new?
That's a recent name change and one I honestly am very excited about. I think it's a great name.
A lot of truth to it.
Yeah, sometimes.
Do you think the Hollywood PR industry might funnel you some guests on your podcast?
Maybe. I don't know. My skills as an interviewer, I'm not sure on, but I would love to do it. I'm very open with this podcast. Like I'm open to anything, change and development. I don't have a hard stance. I just know you got to keep plugging away, despite the noise. You might get noise, outside noise.
Do you not believe in your skills as an interviewer?
I wouldn't say that they're honed necessarily.
What do you mean?
I wouldn't.
How long have you been on this show?
It'll be 5 years at the end of December.
That's plenty of reps.
Beginning of December. Yeah, but yeah,
you have a little more faith in your game.
I try to be a sponge. I think it's my best asset is my ability to learn and my ability to take in information like a sponge, Doug.
Spongy Burkett.
Little sponge. Happy Gilmore 2 tomorrow. That's from the 904. Is that Duval County? Duval. Shout out to Florida. Yeah, Happy Gilmore 2, I believe, is dropping on Netflix tomorrow. As the host of Movie Boy, I should know.
Who's the person in Happy Gilmore 2 you're most looking forward to seeing? I know who I'm looking most forward to seeing.
You answer, so it gives me time to think.
Paige Spiranak? Is that what you said? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, it comes out tomorrow on Netflix. Yeah, sir. I mean, everybody's in it.
Yeah, I think her role will be important.
Yeah. Oh, I know my answer. Ben Stiller back as Hal.
Sure.
Everybody was in Grown Ups 2, and it didn't help.
You gotta find a way to get past this.
I need to watch something else. Get that out of my mind.
Who else was in Grown Ups 2 besides Sandler, right?
Kevin James.
Chris Rock.
Kevin James, Chris Rock.
Is David Spade in those?
David Spade.
Tim Meadows.
Shaq.
Nick Swardson.
Nick Swardson.
All
Dan
the Saturday
Patrick.
Night Live people were in it.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely horrendous. I hate even thinking back to watching
Is that a Happy Madison production?
You better believe it.
Did you watch all of it?
I did. I couldn't believe what I was watching. It was like watching a train wreck, a car wreck. You couldn't take your eyes off of it.
Did you laugh out loud even one time?
I had a couple of smirks. That's about it.
And I forget, did you enjoy the first edition
I
of
don't
Grown
think
Ups?
I saw the first one.
I think you need to. I think you need to watch Grown Ups 1 and then watch Grown Ups 2 again to get the full scope of it.
No, I couldn't be talked into.
It's like Godfather 2. It's like
It was bathroom humor designed for a 5-year-old audience.
I keep trying to produce Movie Boy, and I apologize for that, but would getting Doug on to talk about Grown Ups 2 be a thing that could work?
I mean, I'm not against it. If they do a Grown Ups 3, I would want to have. We would do like a watch along, like Doug and I watch it, and then you can watch it as well and hear our commentary. It's like a director's commentary.
This is interesting. Julie Bowen over Paige 100 times over again. That's from Hard Bodied.
Well, you know who was a big Julie Bowen fan?
May he rest in peace, Jay Jr.
Jennings loved her feet.
She's spectacular. I'm not trying to take anything away from her. I just feel like Paige is a bit more well-rounded.
That's a nice turn of phrase there.
Well-rounded.
Do you know that Happy Gilmore was Julie Bowen's first movie?
Happy Look Out.
No.
Yeah. First movie.
She was tremendous.
Outstanding. And a good love interest for Adam Sandler. He's had plenty in his life.
It's interesting. You know, she was working for the tour in that movie, and he was a player. You know, you see these kind of things here and there on the tours, I'll tell you that.
Well, it's like a documentary because often you can win like a local munis tournament and then just have a spot, have a tour card immediately, as he does in... he wins the Waterbury Open.
Huge event.
Yeah, huge event, which looks like, again, at a local muni.
It's like a 2-year exemption.
Yeah, and you win.
Playing a group with Bob Barker.
That's...
I forgot about
He
that.
beat the hell out of Barker.
Jim the Cat Hayes said that.
Barker beat the hell out of him.
Both.
Oh, well, he did land some punches to the game show host.
It was a 9-8 round.
One of them wound up in the water, I remember. Was that Barker?
Yeah.
All right.
Well, then he famously says the price is wrong. I was going to say something.
How many times Bob Barker heard that in his life?
How many of Barker's beauties do you think Bob got to?
A few.
A few?
I imagine
a dozen or so.
That was actually for clearing the deck, so if you could just kind of table that discussion.
Well,
Jackson, will you let listeners on your movie podcast? I think I could add value. Just saying, it's from Chairman's Pocket Partner. I'm not closed off to anything, so you never know. You never know.
No, you really don't.
But I assume Happy Gilmore 2 will be a discussion point on next week's episode, along with Fantastic Four. I'm talking with, I guess I can tease, I'm talking with Marshy next week, Andrew Marsh with the Fast Lane, Doug, about Fantastic Four next week. So have a little of that, too.
Okay, and that's about four
superheroes
again.
Yeah. Pedro Pascal, once again, the summer of Pedro.
It seems like every other movie that comes out, superhero stuff.
Yeah, it's been that way for about a decade now.
I don't care for it.
Yeah, it has its ups and its downs. Some people like some things, Doug. Some people don't like other things.
Well, it must be everybody loves the superheroes because they keep cranking them out.
I mean, the Avengers Endgame is the highest grossing movie of all time, so it's the blueprint that they're all chasing.
Being on this side of the text chain is incredible because you can see all of them. I mean, I love it.
It's an experience. Like I said, it can take you down. The air comforts
only if you let it, Jackson.
It can chop a man at its knees and take him for all he's got.
It's really
but you got to understand, I echoed the sentiment that Gangster Pete once told me. You can't take the opinions of someone who doesn't know you personally seriously. You can't worry about the opinions of someone who doesn't know you personally.
And of someone who doesn't use their real name. I feel like that's part of it,
why would you worry about
That's not a real person. If there's no name attached, we love the text and we love your engagement, we love your interactions, absolutely. But you also have to compartmentalize a little bit. Same with the YouTube chat. Shout out to everybody in the YouTube chat. A lot of people seem to be excited about Happy Gilmore 2. I think it'll be fun to relive that. And I'm looking forward to it.
Happy's the one who gets tossed in the water. That's from Mr. Siders.
Is that right?
I mean, I don't know if that's true or not.
But then he would have gone to the water a couple times because remember he tried to salvage his golf ball from the alligator's mouth, which of course took Chubb's hand.
I remember Bob walks away after dispatching Happy, kind of shadow boxing. That's what I recall.
What a great. I think for people like my age who might not know much about Bob Barker, him being in that movie in such a iconic short cameo, bridges the gap where people my age know exactly who Bob Barker is. And I don't think that would have been the case if he wasn't in Happy Gilmore.
I think the same a little bit with Carl Weathers too.
Yeah, the Rocky is the one thing that would probably maybe, but even but that was mid '70s. Right. Rocky 1 is from '76. Yeah, so that's old. That's an old movie for a lot of people my age.
But Carl Weathers in that role
is amazing.
The comedic presence is you wouldn't think so because you think of Apollo Creed. At least I do.
Yeah, I say that same thing about Warren Beatty. People my age don't know about Warren Beatty at all. And it's because he wasn't in the movie late in his career that would last on.
Right.
Different than someone like Burt Reynolds or something.
Well, there would be literally hundreds of actors that weren't in your age group that you wouldn't know.
No, I know, but I'm saying
Some
like
of them
someone
far
that
bigger than Warren
famous,
Beatty.
not that long ago. Like Warren Beatty was what, maybe not Brad Pitt, but like someone of that ilk, like Ryan Gosling is now.
Yeah, probably.
I always find it interesting. I don't know why, but it bothers me that Travis Kelce is going to be in Happy Gilmore 2. That's from Carlos Spicy Wiener. It seems like everybody's in Happy Gilmore 2.
It's just a cameo festival.
He didn't try. He did get that effing ball, Papers. That's from the Sun Launcher.
The Sun Launcher.
Yeah, a lot of people being launched in the Sun.
Well, did we figure out who won the fight? Was it Happy or was it Barker?
I think Barker ended up the winner because that shadow boxing, I feel like Happy's on the ground after that. I feel like Happy got him in the first round.
Yeah.
Well, Doug, if you're in a round of a hot home, who should you call and when should you call him?
Seth Goldcamp, and you call him right now. His phone will be ringing off the hook this weekend, I'm sure, or maybe today and tomorrow too, because it is going to be so hot, and hopefully your air conditioner can handle it. If it can't, you know who to call. You get on the horn and you call Seth Goldcamp and his team at Design Air Heating and Cooling. Do they know what they're doing? Well, let me just say this. They've been around since 1904. So they have literally taken care of thousands and thousands of St. Louis homeowners, making sure their air conditioners crank along and keep that home cool when St. Louis summers become completely unbearable. At Design Air, they believe in honest work. You'll never be sold something you don't need. So whenever you're dealing with this oppressive summer heat, they have got your back with dependable service and no pressure solutions. Visit designairservice.com. Schedule your service today with Seth Goldcamp and his team. Design Air Comfort you can count on since 1904 and home with a handsome repairman. Ask for Larry, the Silver Fox.
Design Air Heating and Cooling. Design Air email today coming up at 10:45 on the Stiefel dossier. You can email your submissions in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Michael Wellington in with us today, filling in for Martin Kilcoyne. Tim also out on vacation. Both will be back on Monday, full strength on Monday. Michael, I appreciate you coming in, man. Short notice, and you come on in, and we really appreciate it.
Hey, it's my pleasure to be here. Like I said, anything I can do to help the team. Sometimes I wish I was in town more often and could help contribute, but I understand when certain people are out, you got to fill it in.
Yeah.
With all your travels around the golf world, would you say St. Louis remains the garden spot of the Great Plains?
No.
What? What is that in the Midwest?
I wouldn't say that.
What is that? What is that in the Midwest?
Well, obviously St. Louis is home, so there's a special place, obviously.
It's too tough to judge, honestly.
But I don't know. Tell me what qualifies as the Plains.
Oh, probably east of the Rockies.
East of the Rockies and west of
Appalachia, Mississippi, west of
Cleveland.
West of Indiana and on west, I
think.
So is Indianapolis not the Midwest now? What are we doing?
Well, I would say Indianapolis is the Great Plains.
Does Nashville fall in there?
Yeah. Or is that the South?
Nashville doesn't feel like the Great Plains, no.
All right. Well, I'm just trying to see what my logistical opportunities are here.
Those are the Smoky Hills.
I guess St. Louis is certainly it's special because you're from here, you grew up here. But is it the place I enjoy visiting the most? Certainly not this part of July. I can tell you that.
No. Well, where do you enjoy visiting?
That's why I brought up Nashville. Nashville's fun. These days. Now, when I was Jackson's age, not to date myself too much, Chicago was the move. But Chicago's different now, and Nashville has kind of taken over that. The lead, I think, in the place to go hang out for a weekend or two.
Yeah, that's for sure.
It's so much different than we never even thought about going to Nashville.
No,
in my 20s and early 30s.
It didn't seem like it was even a very big city.
No,
probably same with Austin, Texas. I had to guess.
Yeah, kind of same way.
Yeah, but the fact that Chicago was close enough to drive, basically Chicago and Nashville are the same distance driving, right? And we would always do everything we could from, let's say, June 1st to Halloween to drive up to Chicago. But now it's like, hey, let's go meet up in Nashville.
Did you have a lot of friends living in Chicago at that time? Yeah, same.
Tons.
I imagine that.
And they've all either moved away from there or they've all moved out to the Chicago suburbs. But, and Chicago is still great, that in that window, that June to October window. But Nashville just a different animal these days.
Yeah.
It's just cleaner and it feels safer. And
Is there a tour stop
It's
there?
just more
People are
fun.
better behaved.
There's a Corn Ferry event there.
Got it.
Yeah,
The
but
tour
not-
stops in Memphis, right?
There's I think there's a live tour in Nashville now.
Is there?
Live tour event, yeah.
What's the big course out there? It's probably not even in Nashville proper, is it? It's like Hendersonville or something?
There's a few there. Golf Club of Nashville, or excuse me, Golf Club of Tennessee is supposed to be awesome. Never been. But the place that the Corn Ferry plays is the Grove, and I think that's also where the live tour was playing.
Okay.
So I don't know golf in Nashville great. There's a handful of courses I've been to, but I know that Justin Timberlake is building a new one there called Bounty Club that's supposed to open up, I guess, in the next year.
He's a huge golfer, isn't he?
Huge,
Fanatic.
enormous.
Yeah.
Loves it.
Yeah. I think he's got game too, right?
I've heard people say that Nashville, kind of like Orlando, Florida, grew so fast that they can't handle the traffic.
The infrastructure hasn't caught up yet.
Problem.
Yeah, if you go through it's kind of like Chicago. If you go through it at the wrong time, I don't think it's as bad as Chicago, but if you go through it at the wrong time, you're going to sit in traffic for a bit. But I've been there plenty on Friday and Saturday nights where after 6:30 p.m. you can move around pretty easily. But
Oh, you're going out after 6:30 at night.
I've tried to.
Boy, you are younger.
Timberlake's a 4.3.
Oh, nice. Wow.
You can look up the gin?
I will admit I'm just trusting the AI overview, but
That sounds right. I mean, I've seen his swing. He's got a nice move.
You also have the Troubadour Club in Nashville. Which
That's where you
is
can wear like shorts and T-shirt, right? And all
that's a Discoveryland property.
young millionaires
Kind of
live out
fancy.
there.
Yeah.
Play out there.
I think that's where Chase was working and Brett Hull was involved for a while. Supposed to be an awesome spot. Never been.
Yeah. It kind of sounds like it's like a little bit like Black Sheep in Chicago, if you ever heard of that.
I have a friend who's a member of Black Sheep. Yeah, that's now Black Sheep's an all men's.
Yeah, right. That's
Troubadour's
the main
not.
difference, right?
But, you know,
like
yeah,
the
same
relaxed
kind of thing.
like sick golf course, but where you can wear like jeans.
Yeah.
Seems
You
kinda
don't have to you don't have to be buttoned up and tuck in the shirt. And
coming up on the other side of the commercial break, we will have Kyle Gibson joining us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. This is the Morning After on 101 ESPN. Welcome back. It's the Morning After here on 101 ESPN. We are in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. And joining us on the Collier and Thompson phone line, former Cardinal pitcher, just retired a week ago, Kyle Gibson. Good morning, Kyle.
Good morning, guys. How are you doing?
Doing great. Doing great. Retired a week ago, 112 career wins, All-Star berth in 2021, Union representative, three-time Roberto Clemente Award nominee. Kyle, tell us a little bit about retiring after 13 seasons and what that was like.
Yeah, I mean, I think, any decision like that, is something that, takes time and is tough. I'd be lying if, just this last couple of weeks wasn't the only time I thought about it this year. Mm-hmm. I think even leaving home at the end of spring training and going to Baltimore was tough. The more time I get around the kids and Elizabeth, the more I want to be here. So, after my time in Durham, physically I felt really good. I felt really sharp, and there just wasn't maybe the opportunities that I kind of thought were going to be there. So as I got, more engulfed into family time and being around the kids, I got a glimpse of what that's going to look like. And I was so excited to be able to talk through that with Elizabeth and make that decision that, now is the time to, try and be the best dad and best husband I can be. And baseball has been a lot of fun, but, it kind of run its course and it was time to step away.
I bet when you watch some of the recent Cardinal games, you're thinking, I think I could pitch better than that. Is that thought still go through your head?
You know what? I don't have I've understood the struggles of pitching, and I've understood the highs of pitching. So to sit back and say that I can do better is not too many. Those aren't the thoughts I normally have. Normally I feel for the guys going through it because it's no fun being the guy in the middle of the field on that lonely dirt circle and feeling like you're kind of, the reason the team didn't win the game. So, I miss those guys in that locker room, and I wish them nothing but the best.
Well, you had a heck of a career, 13 years and almost 1,900 innings pitched. That's a long time to be at the major league level. You got to look back with a lot of pride at that.
It's longevity is one of those things that comes with some luck. Obviously a lot of hard work. Everybody that makes it there and does, any sport or really anything in life, competitively, puts a lot of hard work into it. But, I'd be foolish to say that I'm the one who had the control of it. I did what I could, on and off the field to do things the right way and, stay in the training room and do as much as I could to help. But, there were times in my career, like in 2019, when I was going through my stomach issue, it was just the grace of God that kept me on the field and kept me healthy. There's no reason 25 pounds down and, being in such a bad shape that I wouldn't have hurt myself, any more than I did. So, I'm super thankful of how it worked out and really appreciative of what this game has given me over the last 13 years. And hopefully I can give back and pass some things on.
Kyle, you went to Mizzou. I'm assuming that Coach Vitello recruited you. We had him on earlier in the show. That means you played for Coach Jay. You played for the one and only Coach Evan Pratt. Tell us why, or tell the listeners as well, why you decided to go to college. And because you were drafted, I believe, before you decided to go to Mizzou. What was that decision process like, and why did you decide to go to Columbia?
Yeah, the people that you just mentioned were a big part of it. Coach Vitello, Coach DeLunas at the time, big St. Louis pitching mind. Unfortunately passed away a few years ago, but just such a smart, intelligent man. Those guys, gave me a glimpse of what they could offer at Mizzou and how they could better prepare me for, what a baseball career might look like down the road. And I graduated at about 6'3", 165 pounds, and was not the physical specimen that I felt like could handle the long grind of a professional season right out of the gate. And even the strength coach, Coach Caden, just all of the things that they told me and sold me on were real. and there was no BS behind it. There was no trying to sell a story to a kid to get him there. It was real and authentic, and I can't thank those guys enough because their fingerprints are all over my career whenever I look back at how I turned out.
Kyle Gibson, our guest here on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Kyle, as we sit here a week away from the trade deadline in Major League Baseball, through your 13-year career, that means you've been through 13 trade deadlines in your career. What's that kind of feeling like leading up to the trade deadline where guys, especially pitchers, don't know if they're going to get moved, guys in the bullpen don't know if they're going to get moved? What's that kind of uneasiness feel like?
Yeah, it's real, man. It is. It's something that you can't ignore. Especially because of social media and friends and family texting. You know, it's all innocent text messages, but even if you're trying to avoid it, you hear from family members about what you might have heard and what might be going on. You know, I've been on the side where, you know, we've been a team in 2018 where we were a good team. I think we finished in Minnesota 2 or 3 games out of the playoffs, and we traded 8 players away that year. Never seen anything like that in any other year. But we traded everybody away. And that was pretty wild. And then I've been a player getting traded, you know, in 2021. That was kind of crazy, you know. Didn't really think it was going to happen in the middle of a 3-year deal in Texas, but it's definitely something you can't ignore, and you just try to keep playing, and you just try to stay focused on the task at hand until that task changes. And then a lot of the times you get through the trade deadline, and you kind of everybody takes a breath of fresh air and like, all right, what do we have now, and how are we moving forward?
Right. Yeah, and the Cardinals have some veterans you would think would be attractive to other teams, but they do have no trade clauses like Arenado and Contreras and Sonny Gray. And I think a lot of people wonder, why wouldn't you want to leave a team that appears to be going nowhere to a contender? But I guess there's more that goes into it than that, isn't there?
Well, I mean, I think, you know, if we look at this season as a whole, you know, before the last, you know, I can't remember right before All-Star break when they started struggling a little bit, but, you know, we'll say it's a week before All-Star break. So, you know, in general here, we're looking at 17 days, right? Like, if you look at the last 17 days, it's amazing how much 17 days can, you know, affect what people think about a team. Just like from now until the middle of August could also affect how people look at a team. You know, I thought last year, you know, we were just a few instances and, you know, some games pitching, some games hitting away from being the team that I feel like the Cardinals are now. And I think they're, you know, as a player, I always want to trade for people when you're in a playoff hunt, because whether we want to, you know, whoever believes it or not, they are in a hunt, you know, 3 games out of the wild card. So I always want to add people, right? And I think this team still has the ability to play really good baseball. So I hope that that ownership gives them a chance, and Mo and Heim give them a chance and see how it goes. But I think there's a lot of teams that have players who are very exciting to other teams. But, man, St. Louis is an awesome place to play, so I don't blame anybody wanting to stay.
On the heels of that, Kyle, this one's more a question for me. I always find it interesting. Now that you're retired, yeah, you've played 5 different teams, both AL and NL. What's your kind of favorite place to pitch, and then somewhere that fans think is like an awesome ballpark that isn't that great from a player's side? Some of your favorite ballparks, and then least favorite.
Oh, man. I think this answer for me is pretty consistent on favorite. Fenway is at the top of my list.
Yeah.
You know, it's just the tradition, just walking around and seeing things, the crowd. Man, they're always into the game, and probably a little bit of personal competitive bias here. I've had a couple games where I've made it into the 8th inning and I'm singing Sweet Caroline on the mound, and that's really hard to get out of your head. You know, I mean, those are the moments you live for. Absolutely. And, you know, those really stand out for me. One that's not as great, man, I mean, I think the ones that you hear players talk about that are hard to play in, you know, obviously they're not in Oakland anymore. Those are probably pretty standard. I think if you've heard people, you know, talk about how a park is nice, it's probably pretty nice. There's not many that can put up a smoke screen and fool people.
St. Louis, probably a pretty good place to pitch, wasn't it? Pitcher-friendly park.
Yeah, it was awesome. You know, I think I had a lot of reasons, you know, outside of pitcher-friendly, hitter-friendly to enjoy a park. Every time I pitched here, I had so many friends and family in the stands. It's similar to Chicago. Many people probably wouldn't think U.S. Cellular in Chicago and playing against the White Sox was great. I would have so many instances where somebody from Greenfield, Indiana would be like, "Hey, Kyle, I'm from Greenfield, came here to watch you pitch." And those are the moments that make things even more special.
Did you ever get back to Mizzou and Columbia and set up shop at Harpo's?
No, I haven't set up shop at Harpo's, but I've made it back a few times and plan on making it back, more and more. We've got a couple daughters who are into gymnastics, which my wife competed at Mizzou, and my son enjoys playing baseball, and we've stayed connected with the program. So we plan on making it back to watch some volleyball games. My oldest daughter plays volleyball, and getting back to campus and trying to raise a couple of Mizzou Tiger fans.
Absolutely. We got the Kansas game coming up here in just a month or two, Kyle, so we got to lock in for that. Kyle, also talking about Big League Impact, of which you're vice president of Adam Wainwright's charity, Big League Impact. Talk a little bit about your involvement with Big League Impact and the Big League Bash coming up on July 27th.
Yeah, that's one of the things over my career that's been a really cool thing to be a part of. When Adam asked me to be a part of Big League Impact, 8 years ago now, it's just a really cool thing for him to reach out and do that. So it's been really special, and just seeing how it's grown around the game. And, Mission 318 is something around the league that people are utilizing to do community service on the road and at home. And, fantasy football leagues are doing really well, but Big League Bash is, the first event of its kind on the 27th, where Adam and some other singer-songwriters are going to come together and do a concert there at the factory in Chesterfield. And if you know Adam and you've been to an event for Adam, then it's going to be incredible. And if you know anything about country music and how singer-songwriters can just create such a special experience, then that when Adam mixes those two things, it's going to be a really fun night. So this concert is going to go benefit all the work that Big League Impact does around the league and around the world. And, it's going to be a special night.
Awesome. So awesome. That's Big League Bash. It's going to be July 27th. At the factory in Chesterfield. Adam Wainwright, along with some other Cardinals and some other musicians. That's going to be July 27th. It's coming right up at the factory in Chesterfield. Kyle, thanks so much for hopping on with us, man. We really appreciate you, and best of luck in your first year of retirement, sir.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Kyle. That's Kyle Gibson on the Collier and Thompson phone lines here in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. I really like that, Kyle Gibson.
Another major leaguer that Coach Vitello found.
Yeah. This show is really dedicated to Coach V, in so many ways.
It's good to see a guy from multiple people from Mizzou and St. Louis doing well.
You talking about me and Doug?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure.
Nice. Look at that.
Because we were all ready to retire at age 37 with about $80 million in the bank, too. That's what we have in common with Kyle Gibson.
Similar, just not exactly the same.
Yeah.
Doug, you threw different. You threw a sweeper, didn't you, Doug?
I did.
Yeah.
Yeah, we called it a broom back then.
Doug, why did I think you went to Miami? Did you go to grad school at Miami?
No, I worked there.
That was your first job.
Second job.
Second job. Mm-hmm. Where was the first job?
Rochester, Minnesota.
Okay. Were you there in the winter?
Oh, yeah. 3 years.
How was that?
Yeah.
3 years.
Horrible. It's terrible.
Yeah,
wonderful little town when the weather's nice.
Yeah.
Upscale Mayo Clinic is there. IBM had huge offices there. No crime there. No news at all. Rough time for a news station. Nothing ever happened. Nicest people you've ever met in your life.
Not much to do news stories on?
Nothing happening. No.
Sports-wise, was it just Gophers and Vikings?
It's where people went to have diagnostic work done at the Mayo Clinic.
Yeah.
They came from all over the world to the best hospital in the world.
It's where this guy interviewed Muhammad Ali.
Oh, yeah? There was that.
No, I've shared that clip. I'll retweet that again on social media. It's always worth it.
Jackson, you're doing great hosting. Not as good as Tim, but give it 21 years. That's from Mailman Rob.
It's about as good as I can, about a good praise. I thank you, Mailman Rob. I appreciate you. Coming up on the other side of the break, I do want to have that conversation with Mike and Doug, of course, and Kurt, about Scottie Scheffler, maybe a little bit about Bryson, all of the above, but a little golf talk here. Coming up on the other side of the commercial break, you are listening to TMA on 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen.
AutoLoanPro.com. That's the website where you can get a new car. It doesn't matter what your situation, what your circumstances are. They're going to get you a car. They'll also help get your credit back on track because they have put together a free playbook. You can download that at AutoLoanPro.com as well. They work with over 50 different lenders. They're going to make sure you get the best rate possible, little to no money down. Anyone can sell you a car. It takes a pro to do it right. Making that large purchase can get a little complicated, especially with any hiccups in your past. Well, the Auto Loan Pro is going to get you back on track. That playbook will explain it all to you, so make sure you download that for free. Go to the website to pick out your vehicle. And again, the best rate possible. That's what the Auto Loan Pro is all about. So go online, get the playbook, check out the cars available. Auto Loan Pro is part of the Lita family, and there's the only thing you need to know. Financing a car, the only thing to know is to choose the Auto Loan Pro.
TMA 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We are in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. Martin on vacation this week. Tim out today and tomorrow. Everyone back on Monday. Michael Wellington, kind enough to come into the studio with us and hang out for the last 2 days, and then today and tomorrow as well. So we are very appreciative of Michael Wellington, Chairman Kurt, and Doug Vaughn at the dais with Michael and myself. Mike, I want to take a brief left turn, a dogleg left, some might say,
if you will,
into your world, where you your space in the golf world. And I had this question right at the tail end of the Open, which Scottie Scheffler won, his second major of the year. My question was, like, if Scottie Scheffler was at a different point in history, what would his stardom, because his stardom is undeniable. We talked about it kind of in the commercial break. What he's doing right now is Tiger-esque. But not like as tough as it is for like some people to swallow. Like, he is doing things that Tiger did, if not better. If this was a different point in golf, let's say pre-Tiger boom or even post-Tiger boom, but right after his injury where they were kind of looking for the new king of golf, do you think that it would have been a lot worse for the game, the growth of the game, if Scheffler, or at least the professional game, if Scheffler was doing this in like 2016 as opposed to 2022, 3, 4, 5?
No, I think that now, because Tiger did what he did, and he is the new barometer, if you will. I mean, certainly Nicklaus was that before him. But, you know, as we talked a little bit about off air, Tiger did it in a dramatic way. He'd like to make the long putt on the last hole to win the tournament or to force the famous, 2008 U.S. Open playoff. Scheffler is, his ball striking is so good that if the putter is just mediocre or above average, he's going to win by 2 or 3. If he putts well, he's going to win by 4, 5, or 6 or 7. So it's a different style of golf, I would say, and a different personality. I mean, we all know some of the things Tiger's been through and the injuries and, the issues with women and the greatness that he produced on the course is kind of unmatched. But if you look at what Scheffler's done, I think there was a stat that came out that Scheffler and Tiger both had the exact same amount of days.
I can give you that stat right here.
Yeah, their first major and their fourth major.
Yeah,
I
so
think that's right.
It took Tiger 1,197 days from his first major win to get to his fourth major win. Sunday at the Open, which Scheffler won, was 1,197 days since Scheffler's first major win. Literally to the day.
Yeah, that's incredible.
Isn't that nuts?
Yeah.
That's just, it's unbelievable.
And I think it's going to be interesting to see how things shake out. And what I mean by that is, Tiger was a little bit of a philanderer. He was kind of a wild man off the course. Wasn't afraid to party. Yeah, just slightly. Just if you go to Perkins. And Scheffler, if you saw his interview before the British Open last week, he talked about how golf does not define him. He's more into his family. He's more into his faith. So over the long run, I'm interested to see which approach turns out to be better, because you just talked about those dates between the first and the fourth major between the two of them. They're identical. So let's find out which one pays off in the long run. I do think Tiger was harder on his body.
Yeah, his swing, probably.
His left leg was always a problem. And Scheffler, everybody talks about his footwork and how his feet slide, which is it's a true thing. You've seen it many times. Maybe that'll enable him to avoid injuries. Or maybe, who knows, maybe that's going to cause an injury. I don't know.
Yeah. Tiger's certainly the more violent swing in his early stint, and his back and knees.
It's funny. There was a few guys that swing similar to Scheffler, like Greg Norman's feet slid a little bit. Harold Varner's feet slide a little bit, and I think that takes a lot of pressure off of the knees and the low back, whereas Tiger's left leg was straightening every time on his downswing, and he was swinging it, between 120 and 130 miles an hour. Not that Scheffler's not swinging at the same speed, but his footwork enables him to kind of protect his body a little bit better. So my guess would be he's going to have better longevity.
Yeah. I wonder if his more laid-back attitude might help him deal with when he runs into a problem.
Absolutely.
I mean, we saw that in Kentucky when he had the issue.
What a joke.
I mean, that was nuts. It was crazy. But like that, in terms of golf, like outside of like a Live PGA thing, like one of the bigger storylines, things that happened. I guess Rory win the Grand Slam, but like that was crazy, and because of his everyman kind of feel, the vibe he gives, like that story was huge and then kind of went away. I mean, it came back when he won the major earlier this year. But.
You know, the other thing that's interesting about Scheffler is when I was still competing, I spent a lot of time down at the UT Golf Club in Austin, which is where Scheffler went to college and where he played a lot of golf. And obviously you hear the things today on the tours. You know, Scheffler is universally liked by most of the guys. Not that Tiger isn't liked by most of the guys, most of the players, but there was an intimidation factor where Tiger, if he was playing you in a match play situation where he would freeze you out or he would do things that maybe made you think he was cold, which he probably really wasn't. He was just the ultimate competitor, whereas Scheffler is a lot more approachable. And I wonder if, you know, in the long run, does that help or hurt Scheffler's ability to kind of accomplish some of these things? You would think not, because he is such, like you said, Doug, like the everyman. But man, it's going to be fun to watch. Just the fact that we're even having a conversation about any player being at the same level of play as Tiger Woods is incredible.
There has to be some resentment among some of the players when Tiger Woods was tearing it up because he got all of the attention.
No question.
Tournaments would be reported that so-and-so has the lead by 3 strokes, and Tiger Woods is 8 strokes back. He's lurking. It became, where is Tiger, not who's winning.
To your point, I can remember Justin Leonard getting interviewed after a round that he had just shot 5 or 6 under, and the people interviewing him were asking him about Tiger, and he said something to the effect of, you know, I think it's pretty weird that I'm in the lead and I'm 5 or 6 under par and didn't make a bogey, and you're asking me about another player.
Yeah.
You know? So
but that happened for years.
For sure it did.
Well,
he's the needle.
Yeah. You've been in fields with Scheffler. Is there like a conversation amongst other players, caddies, whoever, like knowing if he's on his game, we're all kind of playing for second?
Well, you know, it's funny. When I first, you know, was around Scottie Scheffler was when he was in college, and then when I was caddying for Chris Nagel on the Korn Ferry Tour, that's where Scheffler was. You know, Tiger never played the Korn Ferry Tour. And at the time, I think it was 2018 or 19, Scheffler was the dominating player on the Korn Ferry. I think he might have won 3 times.
I think 19 sounds right.
Okay. But, you know, you never think that someone is going to be in that same conversation or going to be that dominant, right? Now, I've only been in the field, you know, caddying in the fields that he's in at maybe 2 U.S. Opens. Yeah. And at those points, I guess in 22 at Brookline, he was definitely becoming more a factor, but he wasn't there just, I guess he won the Masters that year. So, he was certainly a favorite. But, but at that time, he, you know, even though he had already won a major and maybe he was ranked number 1, I think because of his personality, and he's not like this polarizing figure, that you just don't think of him the same way you think about Tiger.
No.
You know?
No, and it came up early in the show, but we were talking about Bryson and his situation in the Open with the ball spotter.
That's someone who know more about that.
I know. But he is like a more polarizing guy. And,
Bryson?
And he showed that he has world number 1 potential. U.S. Open win last year. His performances in Ryder Cups. But like he is much more polarizing than someone like Scheffler. And he talked to People Magazine, I assume at the Happy Gilmore 2 premiere, talking about if he is to play Rory McIlroy in the Ryder Cup singles match. He said, I'll be chirping in his ear this time. The 31-year-old golfer told People at the Happy Gilmore 2 New York premiere. Now, if we go up against each other, I mean, you can be sure of it. I'll get in his ear a little bit.
See, I love that because
they didn't speak at the Masters.
Well, but from a Ryder Cup standpoint, right? Like, to me, the Ryder Cup is the ultimate event because it has nothing to do with money. It's you representing your countries. And, you know, the United States needs this. We haven't had, you know, Paul Azinger was probably the last captain who really had an outspoken passion and was kind of in your face like that. And I think Bryson brings that to the table. I mean, Bryson, we talked a little bit earlier about how he's changed his image using YouTube, and that's fine. That's all. A lot of that's instruction and just kind of entertainment, right? But the thing that I really liked about Bryson that he changed was he was so emotional last year when he won the U.S. Open at Pinehurst, pumping his fist and interacting with the crowd and talking to the crowd. I mean, I don't know if that's something that, obviously people talk about that's the way it is on the Live Tour, but to see Bryson get the crowd going, almost like a wrestler.
Yeah.
That's like Happy Gilmore. I mean, it really is.
But, to me, given what we knew about Bryson in the past, that to me felt like I am actively trying to make a PR face turn.
No, he's no dummy.
And to me, that comes across disingenuous. Disingenuous is the wrong word, but a little bit.
It could be. I can tell you this. I watched the guy have an absolute meltdown like a 12-year-old on the range at Shinnecock at the 2000 U.S. Open because one evening he was hitting balls and he wasn't hitting it the way he wanted to. And he was pouting and, kicking and, he was pushing on the grandstands. I mean, he was like a caged animal because he wasn't hitting the ball. So the passion for him to play well and do well is there, right? Yeah, is it disingenuous? Is he being phony? I mean, as many good stories as I've heard and seen about Bryson, I've seen and heard some other ones that are just, you don't want to talk about some of those.
Yeah.
But let me tell you this, if he helps the United States win the Ryder Cup,
we saw P. Reed become a fan favorite at the Ryder Cup.
Yeah.
And
there's an interesting cat.
Captain America himself. But and I'm not saying someone can't change or better themselves. And I don't ever want to judge somebody on what would probably be some of their worst moments in terms of high emotions when it comes to a golf tournament, and I don't want to be judgmental of just that. And I'm not saying people can't change. Just to me, it strikes me as the whole YouTube thing about it seems a little bit like I am trying my hardest to make people like me.
He is, and that's fine if he wants to build his brand. I have heard that he's building a really big golf complex in just north of Dallas, which I think is really cool. He's taking his money and he's trying to grow the game that way. I think, the Live guys take a big beating for saying that they're trying to grow the game, but are they really growing the game? Or are they just growing their wallets? I get that. Now, yeah, you're right. There's one side of it is, I'm going to go on YouTube and I'm going to have Paige Sporanic with me, and I'm going to have other celebrities on there with me.
President of the United States,
right?
At one point.
And that's definitely entertainment, right? But I think his passion, at Pinehurst, was genuine. He really wanted to win. When he hit that bunker shot on the 18th hole and made the putt to win, that was genuine, and that's the kind of passion that I think certainly the Ryder Cup needs, and certainly golf needs too. And I think that's why Tiger was so beloved. Tiger was not afraid to pump his fists.
Oh, yeah.
Whereas Scheffler, as great as he is, he's not a guy that's going to be pumping his fists and jumping up and down and
it's kind of boring.
Yeah, a little bit.
Because it's so good. Because it
really is
it's
amazing.
Fairway green putt. Fairway green putt.
Simple golf, and sometimes that's the way you got to do it. But there's a lot of different ways to get it accomplished. But I think Bryson, whether he's disingenuous or not from an entertainment standpoint, I think he badly wants to win. I think Bryson is a guy, even though he's made a ton of money, he's a guy that plays for history and not just for money.
Yeah, I think you nailed it on the head that the passion is obviously there, and I'm not denying it. You could tell at Pinehurst, and I think that's awesome. I just think some of the making sure every fan touches the trophy while the cameras are on conveniently, and you're the number. To me, that's just and then with the thing you saw with I encourage to watch the ball spotter video from this past weekend, just so everyone can have their own opinion on it.
Maybe
to me, that was now the cameras aren't necessarily on you, and this is
if you remember too, in the 2016. Ryder Cup at
Hazeltine.
No, I'm sorry, not the 16. Would have been the 18 at Whistling Straits.
No,
it would have been that next one.
That would have been 21.
Okay, so I don't know if COVID affected.
COVID
anyway,
messed up one of them.
The one at Whistling Straits,
21, where he hits the drive.
This is right before Scheffler became Scheffler.
Yeah.
And Scheffler and DeChambeau were paired together. They were partners, and they did really, really well.
Yeah.
I would love to see Captain Bradley put them back together.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they're two of the I don't know, the rankings are all skewed now because of Live, but
yeah, right.
I mean, you can't tell me that Scheffler and Bryson aren't a top 6 players in the world.
For sure.
Bryson could be lower than that.
Yeah, he could be top 3.
But you put those two together, like if I'm on the European side, I don't want to play them.
No, not Bethpage.
Not at all.
Well, golf is no different than other sports. It's basically the only thing that makes it important is that it's entertaining.
Right.
And the reason they make the money they make is because people are watching on TV and showing up in person. So if you've got a guy like Bryson who's got a bigger personality, that can only be a good thing for the game. Because I think people are bored with a lot of the golfers who, never crack a smile, never say much of anything.
Right. I agree.
That's not particularly entertaining television.
And Bryson's a different animal too, because like his equipment is kind of different. All of his clubs are the same length.
He holds his arms weird. He's got these stiff arms.
I can't watch him putt. It really makes me uncomfortable.
One of the most interesting things about him is that he has become one of the best bunker players in the world, and his sand irons are as long as his forehand.
That's crazy.
To be able to manipulate the club and hit those kind of shots from a bunker, especially when you're short-sighted, is just otherworldly.
The bunker shot he hit at Pinehurst, the US Open to win, that was insanity.
That was nuts, but that shot's a little bit easier to pull off with your clubs are long. But still, I mean, he's if you watch him, ever since then, now when I see him in a bunker, it's like I'm totally enamored because it's like, how does he do that with those clubs that are as long as his 3-iron?
Yeah.
Like, it's just incredible to me.
A lot of people say, how does James Carlton do it with the service he provides and the savings he can?
He's a professional.
That's exactly right.
Long irons.
Yeah, and Tim McKernan will tell you all about it.
James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency has been my insurance agent going back to 2019. 2019, I made the switch, and I am so happy that I did. He started advertising on my podcast. I got to know him better, and I thought, why am I not working with James? And once I made the switch, I understand why so many of you have now made the switch as well. They're going to save you money, number one. They're going to go out of their way to be proactive to save you money. And number two, when you have to talk with them, you are going to be able to speak to somebody live in Webster Groves right away by calling 314-961-4800, or if you send an email, you get a response back right away. And I know that's not the way it is with all insurance agents. That's why I'm so happy that I'm a James Carlton client. You make the switch from your current insurance agent to James Carlton, they will do all the paperwork for you, and there is a good chance that they're going to find a way to save you money. You have nothing to lose by calling 314-961-4800 or going online at carltoninsurance.net.
All right. We're going to take a break. This is The Morning After on 101 ESPN, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. This is Jackson with a Sports Center update. This is driven to you by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. New York Jets quarterback Justin Fields was carted off the practice field this morning with a right toe injury. Fields pulled up after rolling right and throwing an incomplete short pass to tight end Jeremy Ruckert. Fields went down, sat down on the ground briefly, and limped off the field with the assistance of a trainer. More on that coming up. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me? Morning After 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen as we exit the Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming up right around 10:45, 10:50 here on TMA. In studio, Doug, you might see him to your left.
Yeah,
Jason Gossrau, Schaefer Door Company.
Jason.
Joey Vitale calls him J-Bone.
Well, thanks. Thank you. First things first, though, where's Tim?
There you go, Jason.
Yeah, that's what I want to know.
Now you're getting it.
He's on vacation.
And where's Martin? No.
Also on
He's
vacation.
on vacation.
We used to say on assignment. You know,
That's right.
They're on assignment.
Doing other things.
This feels like a bait and switch a little bit, guys.
Little bait and
I'm not
switch.
gonna lie.
Yeah.
Couldn't be sorrier.
Yeah. It's tough. I mean, it's... You know, it's like going to McDonald's and they're like, "Hey, sorry, we're out of hamburgers." You know,
Yeah,
that's what it's like coming to this show and no
Similar.
Tim. Yeah.
I was thinking more like if you signed up for like fantasy camp, because I kind of think when I come in here, it feels like kind of radio fantasy camp.
That's right. Really? It's a fantasy for us. I can tell you that much.
They bill like Ozzie Smith and then you get like Bob Horner.
Yeah.
Like,
Shots fired.
I'll take that.
You'll take Bob
Horner was a good first baseman.
Yeah, I could be Aaron Miles.
Yeah.
Number 12 in the program, number 1 in your hearts. Jason, how you doing, man? How's things
Awesome.
going?
Thank you. Yeah, everything is great. Appreciate you guys having me and appreciate everything TMA does for us.
Right back at you, man.
Keeping our guys busy all the time. We get calls every day touting their TMA listeners. They love to tell us about it, too.
Really?
Of course they do.
Which is awesome. So,
Name of the game.
no, we appreciate it, even in the heat. Yeah, say a little prayer for the guys these last couple of weeks. It is rough out there. So.
Does 100-degree heat or hotter, does that affect garage doors at all?
It does. So those springs that we always talk about, extreme temperature changes will break them. So when it gets this hot, those springs will go. The cold weather affects them more, but this heat does about the same thing to them. So we tend to get busier on the service side when it gets this hot. People don't want to park in their driveways because it's just so darn hot. Their cars just turn into ovens. So, yeah, they want us out there lickety-split, and we do our best to make that happen for them.
Jason Gossrau and Schaefer Door Company in studio with us. If you listen to the podcast, the Tony Vitello interview today, the Kyle Gibson interview, or any of the podcasts, that is presented to you by the Schaefer Door Company. He also presents Joey Vitale. I knew you were a big fan of the Joey conversations, and you wanted to hop on board.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he is a hoot. I enjoyed that. And anytime I see something like that, I actually approached you all and said, "Hey, is there an opportunity there?" Because I would love to have my name associated with Joey. It's such a fun segment, and
It's educational, really. You know, you learn so much about biology,
livestock,
zoology, horticulture.
He's a special human.
He is a special human,
Yes.
and a wonderful human at that. So we appreciate that and appreciate.
No, it's been great. Yeah, we're happy to. I can't wait to see how that goes. And gosh, it was right before the big news came, so that's
right.
even more interesting.
Yeah, I think that first,
but glad he's on board and sticking around doing the Blues broadcast. Simulcast.
Well, we're glad you're on board. It's been nice to have you as a sponsor.
Yeah, I appreciate it. And one thing I do want to mention, and I want to be clear, this is for TMA listeners only.
Oh, Doug.
Little promo.
What's that?
Just for TMA listeners. Now, I don't want you telling your neighbors, "Hey, call TMA." If they're not a listener, we don't want them calling
Doesn't
us.
count.
This is
You could give them a quiz or something if they call you.
Yeah, maybe
answer a few questions, and if they don't get them right, you don't get the discount.
Exactly. But Jackson, if you can send me the questions for the fan page, maybe I'll just use those
for sure
as the
absolutely
criteria.
Do that. But it's our Iron Dome. You know, that's where we
our Iron Dome.
That's where the buck stops here is the TMA fan page.
Okay.
I didn't have Iron Dome on my bingo
like
card for today.
Iron curtain, really. You know, if you're going to get into
More
the
like
fan
a garage
page,
door is a curtain of kind of
bang,
like a garage door.
tie it in there. Iron garage door.
I've got a text, for you. It says, "Hey, Jason, my garage door opens and sort of shakes when it does and rises in sections, if that makes sense. What's up with that? Do I need to grease some springs? Can I grease Welly's springs?" That's from Al in Dadeville.
It sounds like a strut issue to me.
Is that suspension worthy?
I'll give him a couple days. Who was it?
Thank you. Al in Dadeville.
Al in Dadeville, you just got yourself suspended for your naughty words, suspended for a period of 2 days' time, and I'm also putting a 15% tariff on you.
Yes.
Okay.
Can I still give him advice, or do I just
Give him
go ahead.
Okay.
In case someone else is dealing with
He's
it.
suspended, not you.
Well, I just don't even know if I'm allowed to.
Yeah, you're fine.
To help him out. Yeah, so it could be so. Now, while we don't want to use grease on the doors, a light oil might help that, but you might also need a strut, depending on exactly what's going on. Doug nailed it. He's dealt with it himself. Those doors, as they get older, the steel starts to break down, and they'll start shaking and shimmying and doing a lot more as they get towards the end of their lives. So,
yeah.
But what you can do is give us a call, and we'll help you out with it.
Yeah, I cut you off. You're just talking about a little promo you were running for TMA listeners.
Yes. So, speaking of those springs, for TMA listeners only, if that spring does break from now until the end of August, $300 for a spring repair or spring replacement, I should say.
Ooh.
That is a significant discount over what we normally charge, and an even bigger discount on the market. So not only do we only want TMA listeners, but we probably don't want to tell any of the other garage door dealers in town about this. They'll be mad at me. But
oh, really?
Yeah,
You're gonna undercut
$300.
them.
Yeah, a little bit, but it's only because I love the TMA listeners so much that I want to offer this to you all. So yeah, from now to the end of August, $300 for a spring replacement.
All you gotta say is mention that you're a TMA listener, and maybe with some light vetting. Who's
I'll be honest, they're not going to vet them.
No, but like if you
they
say
just accidentally say the letters TMA,
right.
They're probably going to.
If they're just if they just whisper Doug Vaughn, maybe they'll get taken care of.
That'll get you a discount with almost anything.
Khaki smoke show.
Man Juice works best on garage door springs. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko. Is that a suspension?
Can we keep it clean for 1 segment, please?
Trying to help.
I've been trying to avert my gaze. I have the text inbox in front of me.
I told Welly earlier, it'll chop a man at the knees.
I'm still adapting.
You're gonna need a pair of springs if you take too long to look at those things.
I'm just gonna start staring at this thing.
Oh,
it's
hypnotic.
In the studio with you guys.
Yeah, it is. It is like staring at an eclipse. Jason, thanks so much for coming in here, man. And if people want to get in contact with Schaefer Door Company, tell them the best strategy going forward for that.
Yes. So there's obviously the TMA specific number, which I'm hoping one of you guys have in front of you, because honestly, we've got a few. That one is totally skipping my mind.
Is it 618-782-3608?
That is not it.
Oh, I couldn't be any sorrier than that. How about 636-782-36? That's the same number. I got two different places.
No, that's it.
That was it?
That was it. 636.
Okay.
Yeah.
636-782-3608.
That's it. Yes.
Cut print, baby.
Okay.
Yep. You can text it or call it, and we will respond right away.
And that's the best way for folks to get in touch with you guys.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
Gossy, I don't need my springs replaced, but if I pay you $300, could you come over and we can hang out and grab a beer maybe? That's from Philip Seymour Doffman.
Oh, nice and creepy.
Would you do that? Have a beer with a listener for $300?
Maybe some listeners, but I don't think Phillips.
You can carry a sidearm if you'd like.
Yeah. No, I
understandable.
Jason, thanks so much for coming in studio with us, man. We appreciate you. That's Jason Gossrau of Schaefer Door Company. Schaefer Door Company presents the podcast here on 101 ESPN, TMA, and 101 ESPN. It also presents Joey Vitale every Friday, including tomorrow. Joey Vitale will be with us tomorrow talking it over. Well, it's going to be a lot of fun.
Oh, good.
It always is fun when you talk with Joe Vitale.
I don't think I've seen him since we were in here with Gluten-Free Perk together.
Yeah. And what a program it was.
Which was, maybe was that around Christmas?
That was HD2, I thought, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a different studio.
Yeah, I think this is before we made the move over to 101 ESPN. So it'll be really fun to talk to Joey, as it always is, and Schaefer Door Company and Jason Gossrau provide that.
Do you consider yourselves to now be on the varsity, that you've gone away from HD2 and on to 101.1 ESPN radio?
I feel as small as I ever have.
Okay.
Oh, do you?
But that's me personally.
To each their own.
Yeah.
There's no rules.
No, that is great. We have a window, too, and it's nice to look out on a hot-ass day in St. Louis, Missouri. Good Lord, is it hot. So contact Design Air if you have any HVAC issues. Speaking of Design Air, we will have the Design Air heating and cooling email of the day at the end of the program. It's on the Stiefel dossier. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown Crouppen here on 101 ESPN. Joshua, Michael.
Oh, I know exactly who it is.
Joshua.
I was there.
The legend.
I witnessed it.
And it's something to behold.
I saw him perform, as I mentioned the other day, at Sidebar, and also I feel like a AFC NFC championship game party.
Yeah. And he brought the house down?
Somewhere else. Oh, it was just spellbinding.
Joshua. So college football season, Doug, just a month or so away. Central Arkansas, the Bears, I think. They're sweating. Scottie Pippen, I know, is sweating. But Gabe DeArmond, PowerMizzou.com and at PowerMizzou.com on Twitter, put out a poll a couple of days ago. It might have been the day he joined us on Tuesday, talking it over with us, presented by James Carlton. And he put out a poll saying, Mizzou goes 11, a Gallup poll, I should say.
It's not a Gallup poll.
Well, Mizzou goes 11-1, but the one loss is to Kansas. Are you okay with that?
Oh, sure.
That's
11-1. Of
that I
course.
would say is the rational take.
Yeah.
11-1 would almost certainly get you a bid to the college football playoff and a chance to win college football's ultimate prize. The polling data has come back with 4,500 votes. Yes, saying they would be okay with going 11-1, but one loss to Kansas sits at 52%, while no sits at 48%.
Why?
Delusional.
Gabe quote tweeted it saying, I am absolutely stunned that 48% of people voted no on here. This is beyond comprehension.
It is. I mean, what do you have to be mad about Kansas over? I mean, they haven't played them in years.
Yeah.
Why would you ever be furious at Kansas anyway?
I love the rivalry.
It's a pretty thick rivalry.
I like it a lot, but I mean that's just asinine. Like voting, no, I would rather beat Kansas than like I don't know. He didn't offer an alternate reality to it, but like if it was like a 3-loss season, but you beat Kansas, and people would take that over a 1-loss season where you lost to Kansas, that means you've beat Alabama.
It's absurd. Yeah, it's absurd.
I mean,
what would possibly be the reason you would hate Kansas so much that you would turn down a chance to win a national championship?
Todd Reesing.
Yeah.
And what did he do? What did he do other than just play quarterback on a good team?
Used to text into this show and kind of get a little banty.
Okay.
People were upset about them going to the Orange Bowl that season when Missouri had the better season.
And all these years later, that's still bothering people?
Yeah, well, someone's ass has to pay, and I guess it's going to be Lance Leopold and the Kansas Jayhawks. Someone responded to the poll, who the F is voting yes, meaning they'd be okay with that, and Gabe responded, who isn't? And it's truly crazy. I think if you were to ask some Ohio State fans last year, it was like the only way Ryan Day was going to save his job after losing to Michigan, a really down Michigan last year. I think they were 21-point favorites. Was winning it all. Like that was the only way he could reclaim himself was winning it all. And of course they did. So I'm sure things are all sweet, but there was a lot of people who were like, Ryan Day just can't do it against Michigan. He should be fired.
Did Gabe put this poll out on the Power Mizzou Twitter?
Yes, PowerMizzou.com. I don't think Gabe has a personal Twitter anymore.
Yeah, how much of the results do you think has to do with maybe the clientele of Tiger fan that maybe follows that?
Hardcore Tiger.
I think hardcore and casual people who just love Missouri alike, who are pretty logical, follow Power Mizzou.
Yeah. I wondered if we put that out from the TMA account.
This isn't like his subscribers, though. Like, this is just people who follow him on Twitter. Yeah. 4,500 votes. I don't know how many of those are subscribers to PowerMizzou.com. You have to think a decent amount, but it'd be different if he put that on his website,
on Tiger Board,
which is a subscription-based website. Yeah.
It seems like these people still obsessed with the rivalry with Kansas would have been really upset maybe in 1890, and they're still talking about John Brown. Was he a hero? Was he a terrorist?
Like, would these
We're not over bleeding Kansas yet?
Would these same people be okay with 1-11 if the 1 was beating Kansas?
Boy, that's a loss to UMass and Central Arkansas. That's
they probably say that just to say, I'm a big Mizzou fan and I hate Kansas, and they don't really, but they think they're supposed to say that.
And the Twitter poll was not the greatest use of, because people can just vote like on the toilet, you know. You're in the SEC now, not the Big 12. Find a real rival to hate. That's from Artificial Unintelligence. Well, they try with Arkansas.
I don't think that's taken off.
It doesn't.
No, it doesn't do it for me.
Falls flat to me.
I actually find I don't think they play them this season, but I've always found the Missouri-Tennessee games to be extremely intriguing.
Well, that's my Super Bowl every time they play.
Yeah, but that's not a rivalry
like
Kansas.
Right.
No, not at all.
I mean,
but we stand on business, Josh.
Of
though.
course, yeah, whatever that means. I've heard that. I mean, I always related the Kansas-Mizzou rivalry to the Cardinals and the Cubs. It just seemed to be a very natural, similar situation.
But you don't, in college football, you don't have to be in the same conference to have that your natural rival. I mean, Texas and Texas A&M were big-time rivals, and up until the last year, they weren't in the same conference. I guess they were in the Southwest Conference years ago, but they weren't when they were in two separate conferences.
But don't you think it goes beyond just one sport with these rivalries?
I guess it does. Yeah, any sport, but still, I don't think you absolutely have to be in the same conference to have that be your arch rival.
No, but I will think
that's true.
I think the atmosphere on September 6th, 2:30 kick against Kansas is going to be electric, and to get that early in the college football season for Mizzou is really.
Where
exciting.
is that game? Is that in Columbia?
It's in Columbia at Furrow Field. Yeah, that's going to be a scene.
You know who won't be there, Michael?
Me?
I can't be there.
Why not?
Wedding in Chicago that weekend.
Oh, you're at that wedding season age, aren't you?
Yeah, college football season, fall weddings. The real rivalry.
What are you, between 25 and 27 years old? Is that?
I am 27 years young.
Yeah, you're.
Yeah. I know it. I'm about to be like a band on tour.
It's bad.
Are you in the wedding?
No.
Oh, well, then you blow it off.
No.
You blow it off.
Can't. You're
just going to sit in the crowd and miss the Mizzou-Kansas game.
Wedding starts at 4:30, so I'll be able to watch some of it, and then I'll have my phone. Hopefully, by the time the wedding begins.
What time's the kick?
2:30. It'll probably be around halftime when I have to stop watching.
If you could get a plane, you may be able to make it happen. It's going to be tough.
He's just talking about watching it. You're talking about actually being there.
No, sure, I can be there.
Well, I mean,
you
show
time
up,
travel?
You show up you could watch like the first 3 quarters maybe, and then hop in the plane and head up to Chicago in the suit. You wear the suit to the game.
Yeah. Well,
PJ.
And then they just drop me on top of the wedding venue and I parachute in like what was that guy's name with the fan man? He came in with like the giant fan on his back.
Oh, I don't know.
There's got to be a private airfield up there you can utilize.
I'm sure there is. I just don't know how close proximity-wise. I don't think I'm going to be able to make it happen.
Blow off this wedding if you're not in it.
I can't procure the plane.
Yeah, now hold on. Is there any way to get out of the wedding?
It wouldn't go well for me. It's a very close friend.
But you're not in the wedding.
No, but it's a very close friend. And like there's like...
Is he a Mizzou fan?
She is not. She went to U of I. But like there would be no... Like for me... No, and everyone, like my friends, knows of how big of a Mizzou fan I was. I couldn't be like, oh, I'm sick on Mizzou, Kansas football. Like everyone would know.
I'm just trying to help you get there.
And I appreciate you. I've already, and I really love this person, so I'm very much excited to go to the wedding. But in a vacuum, but like given the context, just like rats. But it's
Where
just
are you
bad.
staying?
That person.
Airbnb, or are you gonna do hotel?
No, I have so many friends up there that it makes
free.
it easy.
That's good.
Yeah, isn't that the truth? And if it was the Plowhawks wedding, he would also blow it off. That's from Moistest Alu. That was my buddy got married in Cape Cod, one of my closest friends. A small wedding in Cape Cod, and it was the same weekend as the Plowboys wedding. So I couldn't make it to the Plowboys wedding, which is tough. Where Doug officiated, and I hear did a great job.
I would blow off this wedding in Chicago. That's my advice to you. I'll write you a note if you think that would help.
Well, Chicago is your town, Doug.
Chicago's my town, see?
Yeah. We're going to take a break here, but I'm going to ask in the next segment, I have a track and field question for you, Doug.
Track and field.
That I have to ask you, and if I forget, I'll be upset with myself.
Track and field?
Other stations too scared to talk about it.
Pole vaulting question?
I'm gonna ask Doug the question here on the other side of the commercial break. Okay. You are listening to The Morning After on 101 ESPN, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen.
TMA is brought to you by St. Louis-based Stifel, a leading wealth management and investment banking firm. Stifel is the firm where success meets success and has been since 1890. They were founded in downtown St. Louis way back in 1890, and they are on the same street today. Company headquartered on that same street, different building, same street. Proud to have called St. Louis home for 135 years now. They partner with the Cardinals and the Blues, and now the Stifel Charity Classic. They also sponsor Stifel Theater. Stifel is honored to support their city, their people, and their future. With financial advisors in 12 offices across the region, Stifel helps clients right here in St. Louis and nationwide manage their hard-earned wealth. Stifel also provides banking, lending, and trust services and has a full-service investment bank. Basically, when it comes to finance, Stifel has you covered. As one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world, their tagline is where success meets success. Stifel Nicholas & Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
Oh.
Welcome back. Morning After. 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We'll have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up at the end of the program, probably about 15 minutes or so. I mentioned in my SportsCenter update, and that was just kind of a thing I saw on ESPN when I mentioned Justin Fields going down, the quarterback of the Jets. But for Mizzou fans out there, Brady Cook is, of course, a New York Jet, along with Adrian Martinez, who is the quarterback at Kansas State last year, and then Tyrod Taylor, kind of a journeyman. So if Justin Fields is out for a prolonged time, what does that mean for young Brady Cook? You hope Justin Fields is okay. You don't want to wish injury on somebody. But if it's an opportunity for Brady Cook, that's something to be excited for Brady. Speedy recovery of Justin Fields, but hopefully that means good things for Brady Cook. A fan favorite.
He would at least get a little bit more time in practice.
Probably some first-team reps.
Preseason game.
Yeah, coming up here soon. And, maybe shows off a little bit in this period,
Could be.
Doug, can you get the gong ready? Sigh, okay. I miss Tim, but A+ to the JV squad today. Y'all killed it. That's from Little Beer Cats.
Oh, is it really?
Well, thank you. Just to provide some oppo on that. I can't listen to this ass. If Tim isn't there, it should just be Doug and Martin. Jackson has the personality of a turd. That's from the 314.
Gosh.
It should just be Doug and Martin, despite Martin being on vacation.
Martin's not here.
Which makes total sense. Like, that's a logical text. Martin on vacation, but it should just be Doug and Martin when Tim's out.
Why?
Isn't it?
I can go home. I don't know.
It's
that's
nice.
a bad thought.
It's nice. No, there's been a lot of nice texts today, so that's I wouldn't say it's an outlier by any means, but just trying to both sides of it all. All right, Doug, I have to ask you this question. Me and my brother were talking about my brother and I were talking about track and field. I can't remember what it was. Something about the high jump. And he said that you have to ask Doug about a high jump story from high school because he says it's super funny. And I've never heard this. I've listened to the show
I don't know how funny
10 years
it was.
before.
You did the high jump?
No, I was in line. It must have been 7th or 8th grade. They took us outside to do the high jump. And back then, you didn't have the big pads that they have now on the other side of the pole vault or the high jump. Nowadays you jump into a giant, enormous pad.
Cushion. Yeah.
Back then it was sawdust.
No, it wasn't.
It was sawdust. Just a pile of sawdust. We didn't think anything of it. It's what they'd always used. So they got us lined up like the first day of high jump practice. The coach is demonstrating how you jump over the high jump, and there's about the whole gym class, about 30 or 40 of us in line, and the first guy up was Tom Kopp. And the coach said, okay, Tom, do the high jump. Tom jumped up, did the high jump, hit the sawdust, compound fracture of the leg.
Oh, Tom.
He's screaming bloody murder. And the rest of us are saying, please don't make me high jump. Please, let's move on to something else. Don't do the shot put. I'll do anything but high jump. His leg was in a cast. I think 6 months later, he was still in a cast.
Is that when they changed and went away from the sawdust as the racing agent?
Been a factor.
Was this during Teddy Roosevelt or FDR?
No, this was early 70s.
Oh.
Come on, babe. Put the bag down. You drop it.
Nothing gets a laugh out of Doug like other people getting injured.
Oh, no, I wasn't laughing at the time.
Well, weren't you kind of like up next in line?
Well, I was coming up, And I don't think I was the very next one, but I was close.
And you weren't about to do that.
No, I didn't want to high jump after that. We called him Mr. Bone after that.
God. Was this before or after is it the Fergie flop when they started going backwards over the bar?
Before.
It was before then. So what was
the Fergie? It's Dick Fosbury.
Fosbury flop. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Fosbury flop.
Yeah, he revolutionized it.
Yeah.
Where you go backwards.
Right.
But that might have hurt even worse into sawdust.
Yeah, oh my God.
You've broken your neck.
Yeah, absolutely. So what was the... You were just like dolphin diving?
You did a scissor
That's
kick.
right.
One leg and then the other and throw yourself over.
Oh, man.
And try to land differently than how Tom Kopp did.
Was there a pole vault situation? Like, were they pole vaulting into sawdust?
Yes, they were.
Into sawdust?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Only
my
thicker,
God.
Thicker sawdust.
Thicker sawdust.
Primitive times.
I was going to say, I guess we ran out of wood chips, so we'll do sawdust.
We would love to have had foam rubber.
Doug, you soft-ass Karen. That's from Car Wash Dave.
I did not want anything to do with the high jump after that.
Yep, sawdust was the thing. Nothing like getting that in the crack of your ass. That's from Stavros 516.
And they used to use the sawdust for rainbow showers too in the hallways, right?
Yeah, when a kid would throw up, right?
Yeah, pour some sawdust on there. It'll soak it up.
Oof. Nothing worse than throwing up when you're like in elementary school. You feel like just the worst, because you're still kind of sick. And if you can't, if you're not sick enough to go home, you just kind of have to sit there in the nurse's office. Awful.
Mm-hmm. When I was teaching, vomit was an automatic trip home.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It was that was the ticket?
Mm-hmm.
As it should be.
Because how do you know you're not going to do it
see
again?
It or witness it or be part of it? It's the worst.
And the peer pressure comes down on you pretty hard, too.
Oh, yeah.
If you're the one, you're not going to hear the end of that.
Doug yacked near the sawdust.
You start passing around whatever viral infection they got going on, that'll take out a classroom real quick.
Sure.
Someone said that cherry sawdust smelled so bad. That's from producer Joe's ass scab.
Cherry? They have flavors?
I don't believe
Probably from a cherry tree, if I had to guess.
Well played.
Yeah.
That's what George Washington chopped down, or didn't chop down.
He did. He couldn't tell a lie. I did chop down the cherry tree.
Right. Hey, Doug, we would have loved to have sawdust for our high jump. We jumped directly into a volcano, and we liked it that way.
Yeah.
It's from Big Tough.
It would have hurt about the same as it hurt Tom Kopp.
Yeah.
Ugh. Did he ever fully recover?
I think
Did he come back the next year even stronger?
Yeah, Mr. Bone, we called him after that.
I guarantee he didn't do another high jump after that.
No, he was done that day.
The pole vault is something that always interested me, because how do you discover that that's something you want to be? I talked to my dad, he did a lot of track and field in his time, and he's like, if you just had good upper body strength and you were fast, that was kind of the thing. If you were good at climbing rope, something like pole, but doesn't that seem like the most dangerous of them all and primitive?
Yeah, probably is. Yeah,
take this giant pole, and every time you see it up close, it gets bigger and bigger. And you stick it in the ground and just fly up like that.
Yeah,
it fascinates me.
And if there's a problem, you might fall from 15 feet up in the air.
Right. And I have all the respect in the world for those athletes who can do something like that, because it's super dangerous and incredibly difficult and probably hard to train. Ugh. And it's not like you get a lot of glory. It's not like can you name me the best pole vaulter in the world?
Allison Stokey, now Allison Fowler.
It was Sergei Bubka for many years.
I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, that's how she kind of went internet viral before she ever met Ricky, and she was all over the internet.
Did you turn into ChatGPT all of a sudden?
No,
just have this in your back pocket?
No,
so that's Ricky Fowler's wife.
Right.
Got it.
She was a pole vaulter at, I believe, Cal, and
he's from California.
But she was the most beautiful. Was she the best? She was just an average competitor, though, right? Looked like a model. Pole vaulting?
I didn't keep up with it all that much.
I think that's what it was. She was a dark-haired girl, beautiful girl. I don't think she was the best, but she was an Olympian nonetheless.
I will not sit here and listen to you besmirch Allison Fowler's pole vaulting skills.
Sorry. I'm sure she was terrific, but I don't remember her being the best.
So maybe we have a TMA field day where we go out, we skeet shoot, we do some hunting. We do some pole vaulting, and then we get the sawdust out and start high jumping.
I'm not high jumping into sawdust.
Can we do
what happens?
Can we do shot put so a guy like me that's a little bit more rotund can compete?
Would that be your sport?
Yeah. When we did field day back in elementary school, the only way I was getting in the meet was if I was in the softball throw.
Did you say getting in the meet?
The track meet?
Okay.
You ever run track at D-World?
No. That was golf season.
Yeah.
Springtime.
We had a track meet at Kirkwood High once, and a guy was doing the discus, and one of the coaches was, I guess, standing right next to him, either coaching him or he was the official judge at the time. But the coach stood 3 or 4 feet away from the guy spinning around doing the discus, and he threw the discus right into the face of the coach. Knocked him cold.
I was going to say, I would think.
Knocked him dead out.
Decathlon athletes are amazing. They can do it all. That's from Starfish Street.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, you guys have talked a little bit about the Real Housewives of TMA.
Oh, absolutely.
When is that going to?
Well,
whenever someone applies.
Yeah, we're taking applications now. Several of them thought they would be interested in doing it until we got right down to it and said, you have to have a thick skin
And
here
they
because
chickened
who
out?
knows? Yeah, they said, well, maybe I don't want to do that.
Can't blame them.
No.
There we go. Is there already a jingle?
It's a great jingle. Yeah, it's there probably needs to be some sort of cash incentive to possibly be under the scrutiny you might be with some of the TMA listeners or listeners at large, and I mean at large. And the
texters, the texters tend to hate everything and everybody.
Right.
I don't know
So
what makes you
imagine
say
what
that.
they would do to a bunch of innocent women who just wanted to have fun with this. They would not be pleasant,
They
I'm
would
sure.
bludgeon them.
Mm-hmm.
I was a pole vaulter my senior year, and my coach had never vaulted before. So in between vaults, I would hear him listening to pole vaults YouTube videos.
Perfect.
That's from the Warren
That's
County
reasonable. How many
Wizard.
pole vault coaches are there out there?
That reminds me of when I was a bartender in college. I was at like a country club in Columbia.
Which one?
Columbia Country Club.
Great track.
Oh, outstanding. And a cool place with cool people.
Sneaky good track.
Yeah, cool people there too. And but I had obviously no mixology experience. So when people would order a drink that was not like the name, like the ingredients of the drink weren't in the name, like someone ordered like a Manhattan or like a Sex on the Beach or something, I would go to the back and Google what was in the drink and how to make it. And
how else would you know?
I know. That's what, so like the main bartender there was like, do you know how to make any of these drinks? I was like, no, but I have working internet, so I'm sure I'll figure it out, you know?
Seems like you'd have an iPad right there under the bar where you can do that.
There was like a booklet, like a dusty old booklet, probably covered in sawdust with all of these like drink recipes. I was like, I'll probably just look it up on my phone. He was like, how do you muddle an orange? I was like, beyond me, man.
And then you got to look up muddling. Is that just smashing an orange into the?
I think you take like
the juice out.
What was the old medicine thing with there's a bowl Pestus and Festus. There's a Pestus and Festus, and you muddle with the Pestus.
Pestle and mortar?
That sounds right.
Was that your only mixology job?
Yeah, that was my one experience. Enjoyed it. Enjoyed it. You know, it's fun to 10 bar, but it wasn't like a big busy bar. It was a country club. You know,
it does seem like kind of a fun way to make a living if you were 21 or 22.
It's a great college
23
job.
years old. Yeah,
I was doing that and working at the movie theater simultaneously. It was great. It was a great summer. That was the summer the Blues won the cup.
Oh, was it?
Summer 2019. Summer I look on fondly because summers in Columbia were the best.
Could you see free movies when you worked there?
You better believe it.
All right.
I think I said it on Movie Boy. I think I saw 54 movies in theaters that year in 2019. Safe to say I was having no sex.
I needed a title for this one.
Yeah, it just goes without saying. But that was the situation. Yeah, that's how it goes sometimes. Hey, it's hot. Boy, do we all know it out there. And Seth Goldcamp at Design Air, who present to you the Design Air heating and cooling email today, can take care of your HVAC system if it's having any issues. And I know Martin Kilcoyne, who's not here with us right now, but will be back on Monday, wants to tell us about Design Air heating and cooling.
Martin Kilcoyne for our friends at Design Air. Yes, I'm enjoying some wonderful Wisconsin weather. I know back in St. Louis, it gets a little hot this time of year. It happens all the time. And the key is to have a good air conditioning system. And when it's not working right, you need somebody you can count on that you can turn to, and that is Design Air. You hear us talking about them all the time, but once that moment hits, air conditioning unit isn't working right, might need to be replaced, could just need a tune-up or a repair. You want a company that you can count on to come in, get it done right, and not try and sell you something you don't need. You're already stressed out enough. You don't need the upsell. That added element. They actually work with their team, great team, to make sure they understand that. They're there to get the repair done to make sure your air conditioning unit is working properly yet again. It's designerservice.com. That's the website. And you can count on them to be around for another year, decade, maybe another 100 years. They've been doing this for a long, long time. Still, family-owned business, longest-running TMA sponsor. We encourage you for all your heating and cooling needs year-round. Go to designerservice.com.
Hey, before we go to break and the Design Air heating and cooling email of the day, I got some breaking news, Doug.
Eli Drinkwitz extended through 2029.
Oh, wow. An enhanced salary pool for his assistant coaches, strength and conditioning staff, and football support personnel. We got him.
Oh, wow. Where are you guys seeing?
I told you he stood on business.
Where are you guys seeing this at?
That's a bad move.
I'm looking at mutigers.com.
It's another bad move by that university.
Wow. You don't like that?
God, no. That guy's a joke. He's a complete clown.
You think
Drinkwitz is a clown. Absolute clown.
Yep.
He is a look at me, let me fire up a cigar when we're 500 for the year. I mean, but by all means, I don't care anymore about Missouri.
The approved amendment extends Drinkwitz's contract through the 2029 season. Yep, I'm reading this as well on mutigers.com. The Board of Curators, like Chairman said, also approve enhanced salary pool for assistant coaches and support staff. That's just coming out here moments ago at mutigers.com.
And I don't disagree with everything you said there, Welly, but just the visual of you talking about him being a joke as you wear a ill-fitting conductor hat.
I haven't really talked.
Takes one to know one.
It was just kind of like I didn't even say anything because I didn't really know this, although I was staring at you. But you are wearing a conductor's hat.
Yeah, I switched, and I hate to segue, but I see on the text chain that Hulk Hogan has died.
Oh wow! We're just breaking news left and right.
Yeah, we need to stay on a little bit longer today, huh?
I had heard that he was sick and not doing well.
4 minutes ago from TMZ.
Well, it's unfortunate. I mean, Hulkamania was running wild for so long.
Yeah, I'm seeing stories from like 16 hours ago where Mouth of the South Jimmy Hart was reacting to rumors about Hulk Hogan's failing health, so wouldn't surprise me.
Per TMZ Sports, Hulk Hogan has died at the age of 71. Boy. Yeah, a lot of breaking news. We had breaking news at the end of yesterday's program as Erick Fedde was DFA'd right at the tail end of our show, or I think like just a couple minutes after our show. And then Hulk Hogan's death just now coming out, again, per TMZ Sports. And then the extension of Eli Drinkwitz. A lot there. Well, we're going to do the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today on the other side of the commercial break. You are listening to The Morning After here on 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. This is Jackson with the Sports Center update. It's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Cardinals back in action this evening with a 6:45 first pitch back here in St. Louis, taking on the Padres. Sonny Gray on the mound for the Cardinals. Yu Darvish towing the slab for the Padres. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer. Welcome back. TMA 101 ESPN. If you missed any part of our show today, you can check it out on the Schaefer Door Company podcast. We had Tony Vitello come on with us, head coach of Tennessee baseball. We had Kyle Gibson, former Cardinal pitcher, now just a week into his retirement, talking it over with us. All of that available on the Schaefer Door Company podcast. And maybe you're sitting out there and you're thinking your teeth aren't where they want to be, and you might want to go check out our friends at 100 West Dental. That's Dr. Brandon Pryor. Tim's going to tell us about Dr. Brandon Pryor and 100 West Dental.
Dr. Brandon Pryor and his team at 100 West Dental, loyal TMA sponsors, and online at 100westdental.com. You can find their offices on Manchester in Baldwin, and they built brand new offices with the most modern of technology, with the patient experience at the front of mind. Listen, plenty of people say, I really just don't want to go to the dentist, but the reality is dental health can impact the rest of your body's health, so it's an important thing to get done. Get checked up with Dr. Brandon Pryor and 100 West Dental at 100westdental.com. No phone calls needed to get in. Just check the calendar online for availability and book right then and there. No dental insurance, no problem. The membership plan aids in the cost of dental work for those who do not have dental insurance. They have a huge offer going on that if you mention my name, you're going to get $1,000 off Invisalign. If you're on the fence about Invisalign, they have a digital scanner that'll show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with it. It's 100 West Dental, online at 100westdental.com.
All right, boys, it's time. Design Air, heating and cooling, email today.
Okay, let her rip.
You bet. So this was better than the KG Doug Martin MMM three-way, but only because Movie Boy carried the day. Also, Mr. Beefsteak Wellington has had that real BDE and actual face/voice for radio. Doug did scissor with Jackson at the end and turned as red as when some guy took a puck to the face after a mess-up of a live read, and in person with another handsome gentleman. I look forward to the sequel to this sports show tomorrow. One point of order. I have won twice this month, not once. Don't have my Sandler tickets yet, and should have won another one when Doug voted on the... I'm going to read verbatim.
I don't like his tone.
When Doug voted on the Doug and Chairman Sad Sack Hour, but Kurt votes for his best friend Dalton, overrode Doug wet and hard. But I like good emails, so make a good one, Dalton. Have a great day, boys. See you tomorrow. It's from the Salty Bald Dad.
Salty Bald Dad. I did not like his tone.
Hey, boys. Confirming my lesson at 8:30 a.m. tomorrow, Welly. Have those digits ready. Also, don't forget you're taking my wife to a wedding on 9/20, September 20th, Jackie boy. We are just going to keep running the same pitchers out there, even though they couldn't get my 5-year-old grandson out of the way. That's Steve at Ballpark Village.
Steve in Ballpark Village.
Hey, guys, great show today. King Scott nailed it, and Riz was, wrong show. I thought there would be no point listening today without Hall of Fame voice Tim McKernan, but I was proven wrong when I tuned in for the 10 o'clock hour, hearing Jackson softly whisper, Doug Vaughn. And Doug talking about oiling metal springs changed something in me. Turns out, even without the Tim here, you guys can still get a boy going. Thanks for that. That's from a listener to be named later.
Listener to be named later. He's new.
Dear whoever was allegedly in charge this morning, with Tim out, I tuned in this morning not expecting filet mignon, but what I got wasn't even a gas station sushi. It was lukewarm roller dog left spinning under fluorescent lights next to a cashier named Spike, who's 2 weeks away from loud quitting. Let's review the lineup. Doug, a cinephile who recently took on the U2 approach and force-fed his new movie podcast. That was me, so I don't know why he said Doug. But a guy whose only source of human contact occurs during the witching hour at Quick Trip, and a backup golf caddy who speaks with the urgency of a former TMA host coming back from a smoke break. Together, they delivered a performance so lifeless, I actually yearn for that host to come in and show us his Bermuda Speedo pick. And the content? Another eulogy for the St. Louis Cardinals, an interview with a college baseball coach from a school nearly 500 miles away. I'm sorry, did I accidentally tune into Big Orange Sports Network? Oh, and golf, because when the show is already dragging, nothing says turn it up like a monotone breakdown of wedge play at the John Deere Classic. This wasn't radio. Look, we love TMA because it's weird, inappropriate, and accidentally brilliant. Today was none of that. Today was sterile.
Okay.
It was late career Bob Costas. Please, I beg you, stop letting random dudes who once caddied for a guy who qualified for a Corn Ferry Monday round co-host the show. Tim, come back, or at least give us a guest host who's kissed a woman in daylight sometime this decade. And now you know the rest of the story. Paul Harvey, milk mustache.
Poor email.
Scathing.
Paul Harvey, milk mustache.
Right in the hot. You got me right in the hot.
Okay.
I do. If I have learned anything during the Mosaic reign of terror over the past few years, it is that the whole Fedde debacle could have easily been avoided. The timing would have been perfect just 3 starts ago to give him a 2-year extension so he wouldn't have to worry about the uncertainty and can focus strictly on results. Fedde would have been cleaning up like Wellington cruising through the Dover Bumble scene. There hasn't been this much regret since Doug passed on the offer of a lifetime of free pizza. That comes from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of Movie Boy 2027, where Gluten Free Perk will host and has in special guest Jackson.
Shooter McGavin.
And that's what we got for the designer.
That's what we got. Whew, I know a couple.
Good batch, Doug.
It's not a really good batch. A couple I'm definitely not voting for.
Maybe it's the read, you know.
I'll go for a listener to be named later.
Mr. Wellington?
Basically, just in the spirit of Happy Gilmore week, I'm going to take Shooter McGavin.
Chairman, you go next.
Listener to be named later.
Okay.
Listener to be later has won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. That's going to do it for us today, boys. Great work on the floor. Appreciate you all. Appreciate all the listeners in the Air Comfort Service text line, on the YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL, Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and check out the TMA podcast, Schaefer Door Company podcast. That's going to do it for us today. Same group tomorrow. Tim and Martin back on Monday. We'll be bringing the heat. B-Cam Ferrario coming up on the other side of the commercial break. This has been The Morning After, presented to you by Brian Crouppen on 101 ESPN.